I always do that, don't I? Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. On behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for logging in this morning. Today's meeting will be conducted remotely using the WebEx platform. This teleconference meeting constitutes the board's regular business meeting for the month of November 2020. We very much appreciate everyone joining us today and taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us. Since we're now experienced in these virtual meeting protocols, we're not going to spend a lot of time going over them again. However, our staff will be able to assist anyone who needs help. Please contact Brian Jones, Leslie Gallagher, or a member of our staff by text, email, or phone if you need help. They will be happy to assist you. In addition, you might note that there's an extensive list of instructions on the second page of the agenda for you, if that would be helpful. Regarding the meeting process itself, I think the way we've run the meetings in the past has been acceptable, and we're probably going to proceed the same way as we have before. And as we've done before, Ryan, our board clerk, will be moderating these meetings. From a technical point of view, he will, as well as Leslie, Michael Wright, and other staff members, will field comments or questions addressed to the presenters either from text or emails that they receive from you, or you can go through the chat function on the web platform if you feel comfortable with that. Second, following each presentation, I will ask for questions or comments from the board members. After the board's finished, we will then unmute the public speakers, and Leslie and the staff will try to identify those who were requested to speak. I will then call on the speakers on a first come, first served basis. After we've completed the public testimony, I'll bring the matter back to the board for more comments and questions and final action if the item is an action item. You should be aware that the meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website, just as our streaming video has been for all of our meetings for several years now. We'll probably be taking a break every hour or so this morning for 15 minutes or so to give our reporter as well as the staff a break and to catch up with some of the logistics. Our break for lunch, in case we need it, will be around noon, and it will be for 20 to 30 minutes. Ryan will place a sign that will appear on the screen at break time and lunchtime, stating that the board is on a short break and the estimated time that we will return. Members, I believe we have a rather light agenda today, but it does include some interesting items that we will be involved in. So I'm not sure how long some of these items will take. However, I have been informed that we will have a closed session today. Therefore, I'm anticipating into this business meeting around noon or 1 today, and then immediately recessing to a closed session on a Zoom platform as we have in the past. So after the closed session, we will return to the business meeting on this web platform and adjourn the meeting. We do not anticipate any action items that will have to be reported out from the closed session. Now, regarding the items themselves, under item 1 on the agenda, we have a resolution from former board member, which should be a lot of fun, which we're going to put off until later in the agenda because our former board member is having a problem connecting into this platform. So we'll try to figure that out and then take on the resolution for former board member Clyde McDonald. Under item 3 on the agenda, Vice President Jane Dolan will be presenting the minutes for the September 25th regular board business meeting to the board for your approval. Next, we have our consent calendar, which is item 5. It has 8 items on the agenda. The staff has been working very hard to keep the trains running, and this consent calendar is an indication of that. You will note that the last 3 items are LOIs, which is a step forward for what we've been trying to do in terms of getting the local maintaining agencies to apply for and be eligible for the PL 8499 program. Staff has informed me that the items are in order and that we've received core letters on all of the items. Therefore, unless anyone on the board or the public wants to remove an item and discuss it, one of the items on the consent calendar. So items 5A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H will constitute the consent calendar and will be voted on with a single motion and second and disposed of with a single vote. Obviously, the approval of the consent calendar, items 5A through 5H, is an action item of the board. Next, under item 7, our standing item legislative update. There's nothing to report on this item, so we'll be moving on directly to item 8. And the items from the Department of Water Resources will be sent. There are 3 items listed on the agenda in addition to about a half a dozen items that the Division Chief, Jeremy Eric, will report to the board under item 8A. Then under the category of board items, item 9, we have 6 important items which are listed on the agenda that we will discuss. And then finally, we have our usual executive officers report, including the informational staff reports for the board's review. And we also have the normal board comments, committee updates, and calendar for everyone's edification. As I said before, we will have a closed session today on the Zoom platform that once we finish this business meeting, we will automatically exit this WebEx platform and go to a Zoom platform. And I'm assuming Ryan will provide a link for that. So in your email. So that's the way that'll work as it has in the past. So it should be an interesting meeting. So let's proceed. First, we've completed the welcoming remarks under item 1, welcome introductions and announcements. Leslie has the introduction of a new employee for the board's information. Leslie, you want to do that now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We do have one new board staff, and Ryan, I don't know if we have a photo to post for the board, or Karina, if you're on. Oh, yeah, we do. So this is Karina Castro. She has joined the board as the final engineer rounding out the Sacramento levees section. So we are fully staffed in that section now. Karina has past consulting experience working with contractors, cities, and counties on various development projects. And she also has field inspection experience along with ArcGIS computer-aided drafting. In her free time, she enjoys virtual game nights and gardening. She is on our geotechnical staff. She has spent 3 years with NGO Consultants in Rockland, California, and she holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Sacramento State University and an EIT certificate. She is now pursuing an MS degree in geotechnical engineering from Sac State, and we would just welcome Karina.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome aboard, Karina. Glad you're with us. To fill out the staff, we've needed that position for some time. Good luck to you.
Thank you. I don't know if I need a little introduction or that's it, but yeah, thanks for letting me on. It's great to be part of the team.
Thank you. Welcome aboard. Okay, we'll proceed to item 2, Ryan. Members, we're on item 2, the roll call. Please call the roll and determine whether we have a quorum to conduct our business under the provisions of the Water Code. Ryan, please.
Thank you. Board Member Griego?
Here.
Board Member Johnson?
I'm here.
Board Member Ramirez?
Here.
Board Member Valines? Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Vice President Dolan?
I'm present. Can you
President
hear me?
Edgar?
Okay.
Yes, I'm here this morning. We have a full board, everybody, and so we certainly have more than a quorum to conduct our business. Thank you for being in.
Mr. President,
yes.
I would just also note that we have Keith Cialino with us again today from the legislature representing the assembly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
And thank you, Keith, for taking your time to be with us this morning. Members, we're on item 3, the minutes. Vice President Secretary Jane Dolan, under item 3, is presenting the minutes for the, I believe it's the September 25th meeting. Approval of the minutes is an action item. Ms. Dolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. It does not appear that my microphone is, oh, there I am. I'm having trouble with the connectivity of the mic. These are the minutes of September 25th, 2020. And I beg your indulgence. I want to make a change so that there's the sentence flows more grammatically correct to me. It's just 2 words, one to be removed and one to be added. Page 7 of 8. And it is the narrative part of the Tisdale bypass settlement report from our executive officer. I want to remove the word this and add the word both. So the sentence reads, by background brief the board for many efforts to reach resolution of the coordination of authorities of both the board and DWR. So does that make sense? Take one word off, add one word. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Jane. I think that's okay.
I'm looking at all the faces. You all think it's okay. So I'm going to move approval of the minutes as corrected today for September 25th, 2020.
Okay, moved by Jane Dolan, the minutes of September 25th be approved. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Second, Brian Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are September 25th are approved. Thank you. Members, we're on item 4 then, which is the review of the agenda. Leslie, is there anything we've missed in our introductory remarks on the agenda that you'd like to mention at this time?
No, Mr. President, everything appears to be in order today.
Okay, members, we're on item 5, which is the consent calendar. And as I said earlier, we have 8 items on the agenda this morning. The staff has informed me that all items are in order and we have received core letters. So unless someone from the board or the public want to remove or discuss one of the items on the consent calendar, items 5 through H will constitute the consent calendar and will be voted on with a single vote. Do the members have any questions on item 5 through H? Okay, are there questions from the public that you can see, Ryan or Leslie?
I
have
see
no
nothing from the
requests
public.
Okay. Members, could I have a motion and a second on items 5A through 5H?
Board President, I'll take a second on that then.
Thank you, Mary Jane.
You're welcome.
Okay, moved by Joe, second by Mary Jane. May I please, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the consent calendar is approved. Thank you. Item 6 is, members, we're on item 6, comments not on the agenda. Are there anyone in the public has comments regarding items not on the agenda? Items not on the agenda, please. Do you see anybody wanting to address the board, Ryan or Leslie?
I don't see anyone, and this is a reminder, just once again, to anyone that's calling in, press *3 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, let's move to item 7. Item 7 is the legislative update, and there's no report on this item this morning. Item 8, members, we're on item 8, the Department of Water Resources items, and under item 8A, Jeremy Erich, Chief of the Division of Flood Management, has submitted his written report, and he also has a presentation that he wants to make. Jeremy?
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I was having a hard time getting my computer unmuted here. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Jeremy Eric.
Morning,
I'm Chief of the Division of Flood Management for the Department of Water Resources. Thanks again for having me today to give an update on some of the DWR activities. And I guess we can advance the next slide, please, Ryan, if you would. Thank you. So, as you know, California has battled the largest fires in our history this past fire season. Back in September, I briefed you on several actions that DWR was taking to mitigate for some of the post-fire watershed impacts as they relate to and as they impact our Division of Flood Management program activities. And then last month, I mentioned that DWR is assisting with post-fire watershed work under Cal OES mission tasking. So today I'd like to give you a quick update on our efforts related to this. So DWR has been assisting in the post-fire recovery efforts at the North Complex Burn Scar near Oroville, as well as a few others, including some burn areas in Trinity County and the Siskiyou watershed. DWR provided a lead coordinator, and we deployed 6 staff from our flood project inspection section. We deployed 2 staff from our flood operations branch and 3 staff from our northern region office. Most of the staff have returned to their normal program work for now. We do expect further mission tasks as we move forward. Some of the tasks include scouting burn site areas and managing as many as 5 California Conservation Corps crews in the installation of erosion and sediment control measures around these hazardous burn sites. This work ultimately will help reduce the damage done to the environment and our waterways from these massive fires, and ultimately help to protect the public from potential damages. As I mentioned last month, these deployments delayed our fall levee inspections, which were completed last week, which is the good news. And they'll likely delay the completion and delivery of our annual inspection report to the board. Our hope is still to complete the annual report by the end of January, as I mentioned last month. Of course, this schedule is subject to change. We're doing all we can to get the report out there as soon as possible, but that's the best projection I can give you right now. And of course, if we get additional mission tasks, that could affect things further, but we're hoping for that. I'll continue to update you as I learn more. And I would like to recognize our dedicated staff and thank them for their commitment to serving the public to reduce further flood-related damages from the fires and ultimately to improve public safety. First, our flood project inspection section chief, Sterling York, served as the lead coordinator for all of the deployments that took place over the last several weeks. And this took him away from his daily inspection program responsibilities, and we really appreciate his commitment to go above and beyond and do this work. And in addition, the staff that I'd like to mention from our flood project integrity and inspection branch, or an assessment branch, Luz Dial, David Julian, Corey Fujitani, Zach Joa, Alberto De Leon, Brooks Weiser, and then from our flood operations branch, Life Kelly and William Wong. And then from our Northern Region office, Ian Espinoza, Debbie Spangler, Noah Abramson, and Brandon Davison. So thank you all for your dedication and your commitment to serving the public and going above and beyond to help out with this important mission. We have received another request, so we're anticipating deploying some additional staff right now, although that's still working its way through the process. Lastly, we do expect to support additional advanced measures however we can. One way that we can do this, I think I mentioned this before, is by pre-positioning flood fight materials near at-risk communities. As you know, we maintain a stockpile of flood fight roll-off containers that we can deploy at a moment's notice. They're fully loaded with the typical flood fight materials, and they are pre-positioned throughout the state, and they're ready to move at any time with our transportation contract. So to date, 3 containers have been pre-positioned in Santa Cruz County, and our staff is currently coordinating with Fresno, Merced, and Siskiyou counties to pre-position additional flood fight materials in those strategic locations near those burn scars. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for California Flood Preparedness Week, this year's California Flood Preparedness Week ran from October 17th to the 24th.
Jeremy, could I ask, this is Bill Edgar, could I ask a question on that last item?
Yeah.
We obviously just had a little bit of rain in the last couple of weeks, which wasn't much, but it was substantial at times in the foothills. Did you notice any mudslide damage or anything that coming from those little rains?
I'm not aware of any. That doesn't mean that none exist. I haven't been informed of any, President Edgar. I could ask our hydrology and flood operations chief, John Pash, I believe is on the line. If you would like me to ask him if he knows of anything.
If he's right there. Sure.
John, are you available to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm available. Nothing's been reported to the flood center.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, John. Thank you,
Thank you, John. Yep, absolutely. Okay. As you know, this year's California Flood Preparedness Week activities and events were limited due to the pandemic. So aside from the usual passing of resolutions and proclamations by some of the boards and local entities, the local, state, and federal agencies spent their time this year creating flood preparedness websites and partnering on social media campaigns to raise awareness of flood risk. So today I'd like to highlight Zone 7 Water Agency's flood preparedness campaign, and it's shown here in the picture here. And my hope here is to inspire others to follow suit and find creative ways to spread the word about being aware of flood risks, being prepared for flooding, and taking action if flooding happens. So to educate their residents in their area, Zone 7 Water Agency created a new campaign with, shown here, Flood Ready Freddy and his sidekick Scout. That just really caught my attention when the staff mentioned this to me, and their new flood preparedness website provides valuable information for the community to prepare for flood season. So Freddy and Scout star in several videos. I took a look at them. I watched 10 of them. I think that there was only 10 on there. They're all about 47 seconds each. So they're pretty quick and fun to watch. And they highlight things like creating an emergency kit, developing evacuation plans, preparing your property for flooding by doing some of the basic things that we all do or should do on a regular basis, like cleaning out our gutters and making sure there's not tree limbs on the lawn. And so there are several others, and they're really clever ideas. They're really put together in a very fun and engaging manner, and they really do help to educate the public at large. And I think they can reach a broad audience from school-age children all the way up through adults. So I encourage you to take a look at that. It's actually well worth 10 minutes of your time to watch some of those videos. We are putting together a summary of activities for the week that will be available soon. And we're really hoping that next year we can be back to some of the in-person events as we were last year. Last thing that I mentioned is I'd like to encourage all of the agencies that participate. First, I'd like to thank them all for participating in California Flood Preparedness Week and encourage them all to engage again next year, really think creatively, and build on some of the great ideas that were developed this year. So thank you for that. Next slide, please. Okay, so our Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction program, as you know, protecting our Central Valley small communities is a priority for the state as identified in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. We've invested approximately $50 million in Proposition 1E funding over the years for the two phases. Phase 1 being the feasibility study projects, and Phase 2 are the recently awarded design and implementation projects. And I just really wanted to highlight here that we do have 13 communities that have completed studies to date, and there are still 22 studies ongoing and they're scheduled for completion by or hopefully before early 2022. Several of these have gone through one or more contract extensions for various reasons. Earlier on, it was just the communities need a little bit more time to, to engage with their local constituents and stakeholders and others to do a good job with their plans. Some have been affected by the pandemic and the recent fires, and so we've had multiple contract extensions on some of them, and we've accommodated all of those. The liquidation of the Proposition 1E funds is a time constraint, so we really want to see these completed as soon as possible. But equally or more importantly, we would like these to be completed in time to be able to effectively inform the 2022 update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. So I know that the local communities are working hard. I just wanted to provide you an update that there are still a number of studies to be completed, and hopefully they're far enough along in time to inform the development of the CVFPB update. And then just a quick update on our phase 2 design and implementation projects. We have executed the funding agreements for those, so the work can actually get going now. So we're excited about that. Next slide, please. So as you know, our flood maintenance office is developing a multi-benefit project to rehabilitate the Tisdale Weir and provide a notch for fish passage. Our draft environmental impact report has been released. It's live as of today, November 20th, and the public review period closes on January 15th. This is a couple weeks beyond the minimum required 45-day public comment period. And we wanted to provide a couple extra weeks due to both the pandemic and the holidays, because January 2nd was not a convenient date to put as a closing period. DWR created a project website to access the draft environmental document, and that website includes instructions on how to submit public comments. There was also an email blast sent out this morning. So if you're on the flood email reflector, you will have received that. And if you go to the department's webpage, I don't go on it as often as you might think, so it took me a minute to navigate. So I thought I didn't list it here, but I'd mention that when you go to the department's homepage, you'll click on Programs, then Flood Management. Although our flood maintenance office is leading this project, this web link is actually under the flood projects link there, and then you'll find the information from there. So I think that's it for this one. Next slide, please. I will mention that we're really excited about this project. It's been a long time coming, and that weir is in really bad shape with the abutment separating and the concrete cracking and rebar being exposed. And there's also a significant value to including a fish passage component to that for the fish that are migrating up from the Sutter bypass into the Tisdale bypass and then trying to make their way to the Sacramento River. So it will effectively reduce the amount of fish rescue efforts that happen on a regular basis. So we're excited to get that project moving. So moving on here to our Flood Operations Center pandemic flood exercise. The COVID-19 pandemic has, could seriously complicate a flood emergency response by the department's Flood Operations Center and our field response teams. So our Hydrology and Flood Operations Office has been very proactive this calendar year ever since the pandemic kicked in by initiating planning and exercising to develop the plans and procedures in the event that we have to activate the flood center during this flood season while we're still under the pandemic emergency. So to date, we've developed a pandemic flood operations center emergency response plan back in April. And then we did a tabletop exercise in May with our various roster teams, along with our public affairs office, and did a tabletop exercise to simulate an emergency response during a pandemic. And then yesterday we concluded a 2-day functional exercise for the pandemic. And the purpose here was to simulate in real time a response to a flood emergency. The purpose of the exercise was to test our pandemic flood emergency response plan. And if you're not familiar with functional exercises, this is where we go in and we use the term play, and there's kind of a playbook set up ahead of time, and it provides instructions essentially and kind of the scenario, the situation. It's sort of pretending that we're really actually in that flood event or that activation. So there's injects that come in throughout the day to kind of, to test the team's ability to be flexible and adapt to whatever those injects may be. As an example, one of the injects was that we pretended that our DWR executive requested a briefing to be able to brief up to the governor's office. And so we hijacked part of one of our management team meetings in the middle of the day to have the Flood Operations Center team come in and actually provide a pretend but a very realistic briefing to the executive team. So that went over really well, and it was really good to see the team getting involved. Some of the objectives of this exercise were to, again, activate the flood center in a telework environment. That was the key thing here. Is everybody worked remotely. No one participated from the Joint Operations Center. Exercise communication, coordination, and collaboration in this telework environment. Test the ability of each of our Flood Operations Center functions. So our planning, operations, intel, logistics, finance, and admin, as well as our management team. Again, to operate these functions in a telework environment, and ultimately prepare an action plan and a briefing for the following shift. So the first day we had one of our teams activated. They provided a briefing at the end of that first day for the next team that was going to come in on day number 2, which is pretty typical during a flood event where you have different shift transitions if you're operating 24 hours or if you're just providing one team a break for a couple of days while another team steps in. So we had over 80 staff participate in the exercise, and the participants included my division of flood management, the division of engineering, our division of safety of dams, our security and emergency management program, as well as board staff participated. So we want to thank you for providing your staff to participate in this, and they do serve on our rosters, as I think you're well aware. So we appreciate your support there. Ultimately, the exercise was a success, and the staff are now more confident about their roles and about using the tools that we have to continue our safety mission in this difficult time, especially with teleworking. Next slide. I think that wraps up my part. Next up, we have Wade Wiley, I believe, is going to be providing an update on the utility crossing inventory program, which is an amazing program that we scratched the surface to start back when I was in the inspection program, and they've taken it leaps and bounds from the original kind of vision there. And so we look forward to hearing from Wade, and then Mary Jimenez is here to give an update on the CVFPB related efforts.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy.
So
let me just interrupt. Does the board have any questions on item 8A, which is Jeremy's presentation of the department's activities for the month? Any questions from the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay, let's proceed with item 8B. As Jeremy indicated, it's Utility Crossing Inventory Program Status Report with Wade Wiley. Wade, you can proceed, please.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Good morning, President Edgar and board members. Hopefully you can see me here. I think I have video going. And all right, my name is Wade Wiley. I'm the chief of the Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch within the Department of Flood Water Resources, Hydrology, and Flood Operations Office. Today, I would like to provide you with a briefing on our utility inspection work. We've been doing this as part of our inspection of the state plan of flood control levees, and today we're going to kind of detail what all that work has been. Next slide, please. So in today's briefing, I'll talk about the purpose of the utility crossing inspection program, the history of the program. I'll provide an overview of that program, how many staff, the tools that we use, that kind of info. Then I will share some details on how inspections are done and what the results of those inspections are. Next slide, please. Understanding that the majority of our levees are made from earth and materials, it's easy to see why utilities carrying fluids and other substances through the levees could be dangerous to their integrity. If you've ever seen what a garden hose can do to a hillside if left on unintentionally overnight, you probably have a good idea of what will happen if a pipe bursts or leaks within one of our levees. Pressurized pipes are especially hazardous if they've exceeded their expected lifespan. And we know a significant number of pipes within the system are 50 or more years old, which is concerning. So prior to the utility crossing inventory project, pipes and their locations were identified on field-generated levee logs. And they had an accuracy about of 1/10 of a mile, and were not as comprehensive as you would like. Inspectors identified things as they're driving down the levees and noted those locations with their odometer reading. So pipe issues at that time were noted in inspection reports when they were identified within the annual levee inspections, but there was no dedicated inspection of pipes to speak of. So recognizing the need to ensure pipes were accurately located, inspected, and reported on, the Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch developed the Utility Crossing Inventory Project. And that's since evolved into the Utility Crossing Inspection Program, program. So it went from a project to a program. Next slide, please. So conceived in 2008 and put into action in 2009, the Utility Crossing Inventory Project reviewed all the available records for pipes and their locations and began entering their findings in what we call the UCIP database. They scoured O&M manuals, levee logs, permit records, quad maps, and other sources. UCIP staff identified close to 7,500 utility crossings throughout the state plan of flood control levees. Doing that, I think, took about 4 years to complete, and we now refer to that completed work as the desk studies. The field work to verify the desk studies and perform initial external pipe inspections took another 4 years, wrapping up in 2015. After the field work, the UCIP database was refined and ultimately located or accounted for 7,738 pipes within the system. Between 2016 and 2019, UCIP kept a close eye on pipes as identified as being an urgent threat, while continuing to refine its data, improve its database, and its data sharing capabilities. And now UCIP has moved into a new phase and has changed its name to the Utility Crossing Inspection Program, as it's now inspecting all the pipes on a 5-year rotation, doing approximately 20% of the pipes each year. Next slide, please. The authority to do the UCIP inspections or pipe inspections comes from the same code authorizing DWR to perform levee inspections. More specifically, that's Water Code 8371, which requires DWR to make inspections and prepare reports for the flood control works. The program has 5 engineers that spend several months in the field each year, visually inspecting their assigned pipes. As I stated earlier, there are about 7,700 pipes in the system, and they're spread out over the approximately 1,550 miles of state plan of flood control levees within the system. So each year, staff will inspect about 20% of those pipes, ensuring that all pipes are inspected at least once every 5 years. This year, UCIP has completed its inspection of 20% of the pipes within the system, and those results will be presented in this year's annual inspection report. To date, UCIP has identified about 200 pipes system-wide that appear to have significant defects and have been classified as urgent. Next slide, please. Ensuring that UCIP captures new urgent and other damaged pipes is a year-round process that begins with a well-maintained and updated database. Throughout the year, information on new pipes, repaired pipes, and other updates are gathered and used to update the UCIP database. When ready to start their annual pipe inspections, the inspectors will download inspection forms that contain pipe locations and details. They also generate a GIS map that allows them to locate the pipes with their Trimble unit or their ARC collector application on their smartphone. This ensures they're able to locate all the pipes, which is harder than you might think because at certain times of year, the vegetation can be tall and it can be hard to find those pipes. So once on site, the inspector will examine any exposed section of that pipe, as well as any of the appurtenances like pumps, platforms, shutoff valves, and flap gates. They pay particular attention to the closure devices and any corroded pipe sections that they find, as they have the greatest potential for allowing water to flow from the water side to the land side of the levee. Any concerns are documented on their field forms, and photos are taken to help clearly indicate the identified issues. Upon completion of their field work for a given area, the inspectors will return to the office and enter their findings into the database along with any relevant photos. After the QA review of the inspections, the results are shared with our partners through multiple outlets, including our annual inspection report. Next slide, please. The original outlet for that data is through the LMA reporting tool. It's one of UCIP's several applications that they have. This application allows the LMA to see all the data for the pipes on their levees. So they can sort by levee mile, repair priority, or any other data column that they wish. If they want, they can also print a summary report with high-level info like location, maintenance ratings, and inspector comments. And we think this tool provides the LMA a way to organize and prioritize the work that they want to address. Next slide, please. When the LMAs are ready for more details, there are detailed reports for each pipe crossing that can be viewed or printed out. These reports provide the details that field staff will need to locate and repair damaged pipes and their appurtenances. Next slide. Upon request, UCIP can provide KMZ files for use in Google Earth or other GIS files for ARC Collector and other Esri tools. These files provide information for maps both in the office and in the field. So very useful for helping folks find those pipes that need repairs in the field and also for viewing in the office. UCIP also provides access to pipe data through the Flood Emergency Response Information Exchange tool, or FERIX as we call it. Here, UCIP has developed a highly sortable geodatabase tool that allows authorized users to access UCIP data in the way that they want to see it. They can view only the urgent pipes, or maybe just the pipes that are for irrigation, or maybe they want to see urgent irrigation pipes in just one unit of their LMA. So this can be very helpful during high water when trying to determine the cause of a boil or other issues at a specific location. This is also helpful for enforcement, as the easily accessible data includes accurate locations and permit information on pipes throughout the system. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the main benefit of the UCIP program work is that it identifies and communicates the deficiencies, the pipe deficiencies that may degrade the integrity of the levee system. Along the way, this data is used by LMAs to determine what pipes to repair, ultimately improves the reliability and integrity of the levees. If no one is taking action to address the pipe issues, UCIP data can help the board prioritize its enforcement work. Inspectors are being out there on the levees provides visibility, which tends to help decrease the installation of unauthorized encroachment. Next slide, please. UCIP has also contributed to other successful programs like Deferred Maintenance Program, which used UCIP data to seed its database and contributed to their work in completing internal video inspections for system drainage pipes throughout the state. UCIP is now tracking results from that program and documenting where video inspections have been completed. That in turn is helping to ensure that pipe owners are complying with the Army Corps' 5-year requirement to video inspect pipes within the system. And as I said earlier, all the UCIP data is available to emergency responders through the FERIX tool. So having reviewed the purpose and history of the program, described the inspection process, and highlighted many of the benefits of the UCIP program, I think I'm ready to answer any questions you might have for me.
Wade, this is Bill Edgar. You're part of that work group that Preston of our office and many people from DW are involved in trying to kind of pull the database on these levees into one single database that could be used at least for permitting. Are you part of that group?
Yeah, the inspection compliance work group.
Yeah, right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's I thought you were, and I just wanted to be sure. Thank you. Any other questions from the board for Wade?
I have a question. So your group, you had 5 engineers. Are you going to maintain that staff and continue to do the inspection, part of the every 5-year inspection?
Yes, the intent is to keep that going. I think as we move forward, we may focus in on some of the more vulnerable pipes, but we will continue to do a 5-year rotation and try and get out there to every pipe once in every 5 years.
And have the inspections included the video inspection, all of them?
As the DMP gets those video inspection results, they share that data with the UCIP program, and they are adding it to the UCIP data as they receive it.
Okay, so when the Corps does this inspection, those video inspections that can be made available to them?
I believe that UCIP will at least be able to say that the video inspection was completed, and that could lead to providing additional data if requested.
And what's the coordination with the flood board staff that does inspection? How does that take place to make sure that you said there's 200 pipes that were found to be defective. How does that follow through to make sure those get corrected? And in case of irrigation pipes, is the irrigator responsible for the maintenance, or how does that work?
So I believe the UCIP program is regularly communicating with the enforcement section chief, and the board's inspection group led by Preston Shopbell is in communication with our group to make sure that any new pipes that are installed get updated in the UCIP database. And so we're sharing that information. And the Ferrex tool is a great way for the board staff, or anybody for that matter, to see our data and to query it in the ways that they want.
Do you
I think
specifically highlight when there's the defects found, our staff, to make sure they're aware of that?
Yes, we are regularly communicating with the enforcement section and the inspection section on UCIP data. And I think it's, in Angeles, if you're available and you can jump in here and help me out on your side, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, members of the board. Angeles Calizo, Senior Engineer for the board, managing the enforcement section. Wade is correct. The UCIP team coordinates with enforcement staff on a regular basis. They notify us and they've provided reports that identify those urgent pipes. And as a result of that, our enforcement actions are prioritized, and we primarily start tackling those urgent issues that pose the highest threat. So many of the enforcement actions that we began, at least since I've been with the board in 2019, have primarily been targeting all the pipes. And so I am happy to report that I don't have numbers right here off the bat at this point, but I can provide those to you later. The enforcement actions, I would say 90 to 95% of the enforcement actions that we currently have and have taken are for pipe related issues.
Thank you. That's encouraging to see the cooperation and coordination that's going on.
Yeah, if I may jump in too, this is Preston Shoppo at the inspection section at the board. I just have to say, you know, the database that this program has developed, this Ferrex tool, board staff uses that daily, and there's really, we say it constantly, it's kind of the gold standard on what we know without actually having to go out there and, you know, take a look at a pipe. It is, they've cross-referenced things with O&M manuals, with the permits that we have, so that when we get a call, or if there's a, you know, urgent issue or something we need to act on, you know, we have that data available. And it's been, it's really been great to see this program develop over the years, and the resources just, it's second to none for these pipes. And you see that they have 5 staff that, you know, continually do these visual inspections. That's just a lot. It's a lot of manpower to keep that up. And so we're the beneficiaries of that information, so that we can take action on the board staff side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Preston.
Any other questions from the board? Wade, this has been a program that I've been really urging more cooperation across the organizations, which has, as you know, included the Corps of Engineers for some time, and I'm glad to see it up and running and constantly being improved. Congratulations to you and the members of our staff and the Corps who's been involved. We're very pleased that this is ongoing and up and running and ongoing. Thank you.
Right, and you know, I really want to focus that in on the team. Rajmani Subedi leads the UCIP team. Olivia Magana has, you know, she's been the anchor on the UCIP development, and, you know, provides the vision for that program. And we appreciate all that she's done. And then the rest of the team, Oleg Yakimov, Dustin Sanoski, Anthony McDonald, Satya Donovan. They've been, you know, keeping that program going over the last several years and you know, continuing to improve it. So we're excited to see where that program is headed and how we can keep doing better inspections and providing that data.
Thank you, Wade. As you know, this is a major emphasis of the board regarding the implementation of the flood plan. And one of the key goals of that plan was to improve significantly the operation and maintenance of our levees. And this is a key tool to allow that to happen. So I'm very pleased to see this proceed as it has been. Any other questions for Wade? Okay, let's proceed to item 8C. And Mary Hannah, and after 8C, we'll go back to Clyde McDonald's resolution before the break. So let's, Mary, you're up on item 8C, the standing item of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update.
Good morning, everyone. This is Mary Jimenez with DWR. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Hi, Mary.
Well, good morning. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. This is Mary Jimenez with DWR with the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Pleased to be here this morning to give the update on development of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide, please. I'm going to begin today by briefly going over where we've been. The last time I was in front of the board to give an update on the CVFPB was back in September, and we discussed more about where we were with regional flood management planning, the Floodplain Management Association conference that was back in September, and work that was ongoing for the conservation strategy update. Today, I'd like to spend a little more time on where we are with a focus on the Yola bypass. We enjoyed a robust discussion with the board and our partners at the public workshop on November 6th, and I'd like to spend a bit of time discussing that today. And last but not least, I'd like to end by giving a nod to where we're going, ongoing and future discussions around other system-wide multi-benefit elements of the CVFPB. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So back in September, we were early on and kicking off and initiating work with the 6 regional flood management planning groups in the Central Valley that we're pleased to work with. At the time, we're beginning to initiate development of what we call the regional portfolios that are key components that plug into the CVFPB and our investment strategy. We gave a look ahead to the aggressive schedule for the coming months between September and the end of the year. And so since then, we've been continuing our monthly check-in conference calls under Chris Williams' leadership, initiating the OMR&R unit cost review, and working forward to begin discussion of the policy issues and recommendations in December. So back in December, we gave the look ahead. We are in November now. That process is well underway. Next slide, please. Back in September, we enjoyed participating at the Floodplain Management Association conference with flood board members and staff and a variety of our stakeholders and partners and colleagues. We appreciate the efforts of everyone to participate in 4 particularly CVFPB related panels and technical sessions that were shown on the slide here. Next slide, please. And back in September, at the same time the RFMPs were ramping up, the Conservation Strategy Advisory Committee was also picking up steam under an aggressive schedule to deliver draft advisory committee recommendations on the conservation strategy and flood plan in November. So looking ahead from September to now, a lot of work to be done. And now, as we are here in November, that is also well underway. Next slide, please. And where we're at today. As I mentioned in the beginning, the DWR CVFPB team was pleased to be a part of the board's public workshop focused on all things YOLO bypass November 6th. We understand there were on the order of 125 or so participants in the board's virtual platform. Was also that workshop was focused on the YOLO bypass catch loop partnership and relationship with the CVFPB. In addition to having a robust discussion about the partnership and the program and how it's progressing. Very grateful to Ruth Darling and the board for being flexible enough to include some CVFPB content in that context, because we are very eager to incorporate what's going on in the YOLO bypass into our description of implementation progress and policy barriers and the progress we've made as the pivot point to where we need to go from here. Slide, please. So among the board's workshop topics and discussion points, there was content related to the value of collaboration and planning. That was a bit of a history piece on what we've done over many years, actually decades, and moving that collaboration from planning into implementation as we are today. Recognized a variety of implementation accomplishments in the YOLO bypass and the surrounding region through various programs, DWR's programs. But also that there are barriers that we are encountering and addressing moving forward that are very important in collaboration with our federal, state, and local partners. Next slide, please. So moving from there, we had robust discussion around the landscape scale actions to develop multi-benefit projects and address the policy issues specific to the YOLO bypass. They're listed here on the slide. There's a robust discussion around these, and I wanted to emphasize just a couple of the major topic categories that we paused on during the workshop, and then I wanted to kind of pause from here and allow questions and comments from the board. So the first was that there was significant discussion around the topic of governance. Governance specifically related to the YOLO bypass partnership and whether or not a formal governance structure would be necessary to continue to advance the work in this region. Another topic that came up and resonated and had some discussion was regarding permitting coverage for operations and maintenance activities, and particularly challenges associated with having multiple project proponents and types and local maintaining agencies all working in the same landscape. And the challenges of permitting in that sort of situation at a regional scale. Those were a couple of the major topics that came up that our team has noted, but I wanted to pause here for comments, thoughts from the board on those topics and anything else related to the workshop.
Mary, this is Bill Edgar. I'm not not sure this really relates to the workshop as it relates more to the status of where we are with the RFMPs. I logged in and didn't participate, but listened to a number of the RFMPs discussions, virtual discussions that Chris Williams and staff people conducted over the last week or so. And my impression was that there was somewhat of a disconnect between the local RFMPs and the department, in which the department felt that the RFMPs were much further along in their response back to the department regarding what their plans were and so on. And to be honest, most of them that I heard haven't even started or were not aware that the department was looking for that information. So I'm not sure. Obviously, Chris probably had the same impression I did, as well as his staff. So it applies to me that a number of the RFMPs are going to request extensions for their response back to the department, but and I'll give you one example. Chris Williams was looking for more detailed kind of ballpark responses from the RFMPs regarding his engineering technical memo on the cost of operation and maintenance. As you know, that's been the major source document that we've used for the past couple of years to indicate to the LMAs as well as everybody else that what we need to spend in order to bring this maintenance and operations of these levees up to an acceptable standard. He was looking for a response, and there wasn't anything forthcoming from the RFMP at this point, and I guess they'll be responding back at a later date. But it does look like there's a disconnect on timing and what the department wants. So I'm not sure whether that's going to affect your overall timeline for getting the work done or not. Obviously, that would be a concern of the board and the department because it is a statutory deadline that we have to meet for the update. So I don't know. I don't know whether you logged into those RFMP meetings or not, or whether you had the same impression, or whether I'm just a little nervous about what happened in those RFMP meetings.
Yeah, I had conflicts this most recent round. I did participate in the ones before this latest round. What I had heard from the team is we are receiving some information. It's kind of trickling in on some of the costs, but I was not aware of. I didn't participate in the recent rounds where you may have discussed more about the OMRR and R.
Right.
To talk to Chris and the team and figure out how we can work together, what we need to do there.
Yeah, I think there needs to be, I don't know, a re-engagement with the RFMPs. Not the contracts are signed, which the department really went to the mat to get them signed and up and operating. We now have them all signed, but it didn't seem that since they've been signed, there's been much progress, or at least an understanding by the local stakeholders as to what the department was requiring at this point. Chris has always said that those numbers in that report need to be updated, and in addition, there needs to be a clear understanding that those numbers, I believe $130 million a year, as opposed to 26, which we're spending now, $1 million.
Right.
Those numbers don't take into consideration the necessary expense for bringing the levies up to a baseline that you
correct.
So that's a huge number to in addition to the 130 a year. That has to be clear and understood by everybody, and which I don't believe is. I think he's right about that. And then obviously, based on our experience and what we've been doing in terms of operation and the maintenance over the past couple of years, whether we need to change some of those estimated costs in the engineering technical memorandum. So anyway, I don't know, maybe Chris has another understanding of those meetings, but at least that was my impression when I logged in and watched them. Just
Al, could I weigh in a little bit?
Sure, of course.
I sat in on 3 of the meetings, and I felt really good about the meeting, in that the department and Chris and the staff really made clear what was needed and what the timeline was. And my impression was that the regional groups were ramping up from, getting started not too long ago. And I guess the feedback I was seeing was that they felt they could meet the timeline that the department was requesting on those unit costs for the maintenance work out there. So I felt pretty good about it. I didn't, maybe I'm just too optimistic, but I thought the coordination effort with DWR and the regional areas was good, and the communication link was open, and the needs were being clearly explained, and so I felt it was they were very worthwhile meetings.
Well, I agree they're worthwhile meetings. I just I'm not as optimistic as you, Joe. That's all.
If I can, Bill, one thing I did understand from Chris and the team is that we didn't expect, 100% updated information, within a couple months. It was more to see if we could get the big ticket items identified and start to fill some of those gaps, or at least identified through November, so that we could, work into next year. So there is some flexibility, I think, in time, working into next year to try to tie some of these things up if they weren't possible, within the 2 months only that we've had. So to the extent that we're at least identifying those big items and a plan to fill them in a timely manner in 2021, I think is as important as anything.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I just didn't get a feeling that after Joe's right in terms of at the end of the meeting, I think the locals had a much better understanding about what was required, but nothing had been done prior to those meetings. That's for sure. Anyway, what was bothering me is whether that extension, and I think some of them requested an extension a little bit, but apparently you build in some of that flexibility, so we may be able to still deal with the overall timeline, which is helpful. He was just looking for some ballpark estimates of whether we ought to keep these, metrics the same as we had, or whether we ought to change them. And that seems to me is going to take a lot of work on the part of the RFMP. Anyway, okay.
Bill, one thing is that the heavy lifting was done in the 2017 report. These were just updated, those numbers, which I think simplifies the effort for the regional district. So they should be able to meet the timeline. I don't think there's that much effort involved.
Good luck with that. Okay.
That's my hope too, Joe.
Well, no, I'm pleased you're more optimistic than I am on that. But anyway, that's what I was. Anything else on this item? Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Bill, I would just say the other thing is that the amount of coordination and listening to the local regions that the department is showing with this update work, I think bodes very well for the 22 update, because it shows the right attitude of the bottom-up approach that we've been trying to promote all these years. And that's what I see happening. So that's why I'm a little over-optimistic. I don't know, but I felt pretty good about it.
Okay. Well, it's a continuation of the Jimenez, Williams, Misra team that we had last time, which started that kind of interaction, and it's continued, and that's a good thing. I mean, I wouldn't sure want to go backwards. That's for sure. No. Anyway, anything else on this item at this point?
Bill, this is Jane Dolan.
Oh, hi, Jane. Yeah, Jane was on a couple of them too, maybe.
I was. No, I just needed to let you know, and for Ryan, I got kicked off the site. I don't know why, so I'm restarting my computer, holding my breath and all that. So I'm only on the phone now. So I don't know what happened, but I can only listen and now speak, so I can't raise my hand or see PowerPoints. Okay,
you were on some of these workshop RFMP meetings, Jane, because I saw you on a couple. Do you have any comments or anything you want to say about where we're going on this, or the workshop itself that Mary's asking about?
I'm not sure once I got kicked off and then got on the phone, but I think I heard your comments, Mr. President, about how the RFMP stakeholder groups felt very surprised that they were being asked for pretty substantial input by December. And up in my area, that they only were able to begin to participate after the end of harvest, and their input is certainly necessary. And the consultants themselves didn't feel like they should answer without some stakeholder outreach. So they wanted a bit more time to be able to talk with people.
Right. That's what I expressed also. Okay. Anything else before Mary continues? Okay, thanks, Mary. Go ahead.
Okay, next slide, please. The next slide. So we're looking forward to continued engagement on related system-wide multi-benefit topics included in the flood plan. Upcoming discussions on multi-benefit recharge of Tisdale and Sutter bypass multi-benefit planning effort that we are collaborating with the Mid and Upper Sacramento River RFMP and partners on. Flood forecast informed reservoir operations and forecast coordinated reservoir operations are also an interesting topic to explore, and implementation progress in that realm, along with discussion of the Merced River Floodmar reconnaissance study being led by David Arate and team in our Division of Planning. With that, I'll pause again for any other comments or questions from the board.
Mary, this is Bill again. On the Tisdale project, that we also talked about governance in that, and it seems to me, my impression was that Lewis indicated that there needs to be a discussion on governance, but at this point, they're acting more like the partnership did about 2 years ago. That is, they were just trying to move people to an effort to coordinate, and that he was acting as kind of a hub, as the point person for the information and dissemination of information regarding that outfit, because it's fairly complex. There's issues up there like the Butte sink and a number of other things that are a little different than what the Yolo bypass has had to deal with, and so it's going to take a lot more effort in the water supply area to be to lead a successful effort there. And so my sense is that they're about 1 or 2 years behind the Yolo bypass. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I think Lewis recognizes that while there's some differences up there, they are a few years behind. And in the context of the CVFPB too, that multi-benefit in Tisdale and Sutter bypass is a lower priority and later, in the planning and implementation compared to Yola bypass in terms of system-wide priorities. So I think Lewis recognizes that also.
Yeah, and Joe mentioned a couple of things regarding the San Joaquin Valley about doing some of the things that we've tried to do with the Folsom issue in the Sacramento Valley, and that is look at those surplus waters that could be used and perhaps downstream for use from the reservoirs that are up there. I don't know whether you got that or whether that's going to be looked at or exactly not, or maybe Joe can talk about that in more depth.
Well, I think the Floodmar program was specifically that.
Yeah.
And I'm a little concerned. Some of the numbers that were presented for that seem very optimistic, but we'll have to see after things get worked out. I guess you can start very optimistic and then get realistic, but one of the questions that I had there was, like it's Solar Clark being in that secondary spillway. Are we all looking at the, especially New Exchequer, New Don Pedro?
Right.
Is there any benefit to putting in additional their releases at a lower level or not? Maybe not, because the capacities are so low, but that was one of the questions I had.
Right, to be more efficient with those reservoirs so that they wouldn't fill up and cause problems like we've had in the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary, did you?
Board member Countryman, I did follow up with the team.
Okay. And so that's on the list of things to look at. Okay.
Yes, I did promise Board member Countryman I would get back to him on that question.
Okay, that's.
And I can, yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Did he want me to address it now? Is he offering up a question? I have a hard time hearing.
Well, if you have the answer, that whether it's possible or not, that generally that would be helpful. I guess she's not hearing at this point. Okay, anything else that we need to address in this report? Mary, are you concluding at this point?
Oh, I can hear you now. Thank you. Yes, if there's no more questions from the board, I was planning to conclude.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, thanks, Mary. Members, we're before a break. We're
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to item adoption of resolution 2020-06 at this point.
Mr. President, could I make a request, please? Jane Dolan requested a break first to give her an opportunity to log back on.
Okay.
If you don't mind, could we switch that up?
Apparently you have to reboot the whole system. I don't know what happened.
Is that okay with you, Clyde, if you can wait another 15 minutes or so?
Sure.
You're looking very distinguished.
Well, I got the opportunity to go down the Grand Canyon in a raft, and went with a bunch of my friends, and we had a great time. I grew this beard, and just because kind of hard when you're out there and the water's all cold and you're trying to shave and the water temperature is in the air temperature is cold. But anyway, so I just let the beard grow, and I came home and my wife said, "Oh, you can't cut it off." And she thinks I look like Sean Connery. I think I look like, some itinerant guy on K Street.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think wives are always.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, can everybody see the the resolution we're talking about on the screen?
There it is. Yeah. I can see Clyde, that's more important.
We see it, Bill.
Yeah, thank you. You might want to, let's see, how do we, I was going to try to increase it so I could read it, but anyway. Okay, we're going to go back to resolution 2020-06, recognizing Clyde McDonald, who is a former board member, for his outstanding service on the board from 2012 to 2020 and to the state of California and the people of California. First of all, I should say, Clyde, that this was originally envisioned for March of this year for all of us to celebrate your service and shake your hand and tell you how much we miss you, but somehow COVID had other plans, and these past long 8 months, we've been in a situation where we've been meeting virtually. And rather than slip into 2021, we've had to move this to a virtual meeting rather than risk ending the year without ever having recognized your many contributions to the board and to the risk management reduction within California's Central Valley. I thought I would start first by presenting the resolution to you and asking for the board's motion and a second to place the matter on the floor for adoption. Before adoption, we'll have a discussion. So could I have a motion and a second to place resolution 2020-06 on the floor, please?
So moved.
Who were the moving parties? I'm sorry.
Tim was.
Tim, okay.
Second, Dan Dolan.
Okay, thank you. All right. First, let me say, Clyde, I think what we're going to do then is have, I would start presenting the resolution, and then each board member will have a chance, and then we'll have the staff comment, and then finally everyone else in the public or anyone else from other state departments. So first of all, I just want to point out, it's a long resolution. I'm not going to read all the whereases and the therefore be it resolved, but I just point out one thing, which is the last whereas, where Mr. McDonald's lengthy and distinguished public service career is outlined above, has provided him with a vast amount of knowledge, wisdom, experience, and skill in the complex area of comprehensive water management for the state of California, which he was often willing to share with the board president in his infamous Clyde idea of the week strategy. And then it goes on to resolve section. I just wanted to say a little bit about what the Clyde idea of week strategy is. And Clyde was never satisfied with where the board was going. He wanted to proceed faster, quicker, more ideas. And he had an idea every week. Some of them were bad and some of them were good. But I think he had the ability to keep us moving forward and doing some of the things both legislatively and administratively that kept us going and provided the foundation for the work we did. Clyde has been a friend of mine for a long time, but I knew him particularly as he became a member of the board, and he'll be a close friend for forever. So I'm really pleased to be presenting this resolution to the public. So I'll ask board members to comment, and I usually go down the line. Tim, do you have anything you want to
add? How much time do I get?
A couple hours.
I'm sure Clyde Sains are thinking, watching us, all of us try to navigate technology, that he's not missing this at all. The Grand Canyon in a boat. Let me start by saying I really do wish this was in person. One of the best parts about being on the board for me was going to Sacramento and seeing all of you. And we all miss that now. And it's been a bit of a void, Clyde, without having your smile present. We miss you for sure. And certainly I want to just say that Clyde always struck me for his insatiable curiosity. It doesn't matter what the topic was. I think Bill makes a good point about his idea. I always found Clyde to be super interested in almost everything we were doing. and people individually, and tireless for pursuing solutions. He never stopped asking what needs to be done and how it can. For a moment of I'm not sure, takes a lot of work. He just always dove in to everything, earnestly, sincerely, collaboratively, transparently. A real great example for all of us, and certainly for me, even before I was on the board, real dedicated public servant. So thank you, Senator. Appreciate all of your work. And I love the beard. I would definitely keep the beard.
Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Mike?
I like the beard too. And I wish we could have all been on the raft with you. That would have been fun. But, so Clyde, you and I have had the same sort of career through the legislature for a lot of years. And then we came to the board together. And in all of those instances, whenever I dealt with you, you were always looking for a solution to something, always, a bipartisan guy, a guy who just wanted to solve problems, really enjoyed sitting down with you all the time. And just your nature, your personality. You're smart, you like to get to a solution, you have a strong personality to kind of keep pushing. But at the same time, you're always somebody that everybody can get along with, which allows for problem solving. And, I miss you on the board, but I love seeing you now. And I know you're having a great time doing the things that you're doing, but I look forward to you soon popping up in some other roles, in a role of helping California, because that's what you've done for, a lifetime. So you're just a good pal. Can't wait to see you again when everything gets back to normal, whenever that is. And, go out and have a cup of coffee and meet for breakfast. And I don't know about the weekly meetings you have with Bill, but I like the breakfast meetings we did over at the coffee shop by the Capitol. Thanks very much, Clyde.
Thanks, Mike. I must say that Clyde, in his 30 years of public experience, his 30 years experience in the legislature gave him a good background. Clyde's also continues to serve on the Water Forum for Sacramento. That's the stakeholder group that has been looking at the flow regime for the Lower American River, which has been a challenge for some time, and they're now kind of thinking about what the next project they want to look at. And Clyde is, as you might imagine, has 17 ideas on how that should proceed. So anyway, Joe, do you have anything you want to say or help Clyde?
Yeah. Clyde knew a lot about stuff I knew very little about, and especially, how to deal with the legislature and things like that, which the engineer in me just didn't go there very well. So I really appreciated Clyde helping us in the right direction to get to resolution of things. And sometimes he would even start out questioning things that I thought he was wrong about. And by the time he finished, he converted me to his point of view. So I really miss you, Clyde. And I'm all in for getting together for breakfast or coffee sometime. And good to see you again. I like the beard.
Thank you, Joe.
Brian, you indicated, even though you weren't on the board when Clyde was, you wanted to make a couple comments. You probably ran into him in the legislature where you both worked for some time.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, Clyde. And, I regret that we were able to, serve together only a brief time, but, watched you in action before. One of the neat things about this agency is the long tradition and, long, interesting, and accomplished work, and how we're all kind of building on things before. And I just know that when somebody gets around to writing the history of the modern board, you'll have a prominent chapter. And so thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. That was nice. Jane, you had some comments you wanted to make?
Of course. Okay, I got my little blue thing here. Tim said so much of what I wrote, so I'm crossing it all out. Thank you, Tim. I got to sit next to Clyde, so I got to watch him do all the diagrams. We'd start with a blank pad at every meeting, and there would be something, and it could be an engineering, it could be this, and he'd always kind of stop me, and he'd go, "This is really simple. Let me show you." He would do that constantly. But then when he talked, he also described all of his things with his hands. So we were socially distancing much earlier than what we're supposed to be doing now. But I learned really, really quickly. I'm not interested in coming to breakfast with you. I'm more interested in the end of the day and maybe a glass of wine, and we can just talk about everything. So I miss you. I certainly enjoy our new board members, and I enjoy all the old board members. And so I think Brian is correct. The continuous work and championship that all board members do during their time before and after is so helpful. So I'm jealous of the rafting trips that you take, and you've always invited me. So I'm not sure I'm great enough to go with you, but maybe we could do something in a little small creek at some point. But thank you. Thank you for your time on the board. Thank you for all your ideas. Thank you for still being available when we want to talk things to miss you. But I miss you all. Your faces here are just not adequate for me. So I look forward to the time that we can have common times together in person.
Thank you,
Thank
Jane.
you. Thank you.
I can wave now, and I can wave my hands, and I won't hit you. I'm just one of those people that talks with their hands. You know, the fish was this big. I don't fish, but you know, it's anyway. And Jane was just always there ducking.
Well, I loved it when we did enforcement. Didn't love the enforcement hearings, but you would always try to talk the folks into why we needed to move forward and do this. It's just very simple. I loved your enthusiasm on that. Didn't work, but I liked it. I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, board members. I think that was great, and I think we covered a lot of the material that we were involved with in Clyde. Now, Leslie, I'll go to the staff at this point, and I don't know whether you want to lead off or whether you want to have the other staff members say a few words, or can you finish up, or I'll let that up to you.
Okay, certainly. Thank you, Mr. President. And I just, because I noted that our ex officio member is here, I don't know if I'd invite him to speak first, or did you have something on behalf of the legislature, Mr. Cialino?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to say thank you to Clyde. Clyde, I know you worked closely with Catherine Freeman prior to my sitting on the board as the ex officio member for Assemblymember Garcia, but now as a consultant with the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee, I'm following in your footsteps and just so honored to be able to do so. So thank you for all your service to the state, to the legislature, and to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
Bill, if I could just make a comment about the legislature. I love being on the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee. I thought it was an absolute hoot. Every day was absolutely wonderful. My job there was an interruption of an interruption. I never knew what I was going to work on that day. I knew I had things to do that week, that month, but you know what was going to happen on any given day was just a complete crapshoot. It was fascinating, just absolutely fascinating. So enjoy it, enjoy every minute of it, and never leave.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I can go ahead and kick it off. I know we have a couple of staff members, and we also have some other folks not currently on the staff who wanted to make some comments as well. And I believe there's some requests in the chat for folks. So Clyde, you have quite a long list of admirers today.
All two of them.
And if I can just start, it isn't going to be a roast completely, but I do have to say that 7 years ago, I can't even believe 7 years have gone by. You were on the board when I was hired. You were one of the original board members that hired me as your counsel. And I think about a lot what the board was like back then, and we've come a long way since then. We certainly have many challenges and a long way to go, but you've been instrumental in bringing us as far as we've gone, and I certainly thank you for that. I know that people who know Clyde know this, but for those of you who don't know him very well, he has a great big brain, and he is always thinking. He's cogitating on this grand scale 1 minute about how state policy can save, lives and influence people, and then he switches instantly into a discussion about the minutia of transevaporation and the Delta climate change projections for 2060. I mean, it's almost impossible to keep up with his mental hopscotching around from different topics. And for the 6 years that we worked together, you just challenged me every day, and you frustrated me a lot of the time, but you taught me a lot, and I thank you so much for that. The other point I want to make is that you are unfailingly kind, and you are genuinely interested in fellow humans, and you do not find that very often in people, certainly not people in this business. It just makes you a delightful human being to be around, and I miss your energy, your kindness, our long philosophical discussions on car rides out to inspections. And, in fact, I even miss inspections now because we're all stuck at home with COVID. I miss your words of encouragement when I thought I couldn't stand it another minute. You've had a tremendous impact on my life. I know the lives of many others over the years, and I wish you the best in the rest of your endeavors. So please don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Leslie. That was very sweet.
Thank you, Leslie. Are there other members of the staff who want to make a comment?
Sure, Mr. President, Joe, Board Counsel. I don't know what I can really add beyond what everybody else has already said, but certainly when I joined the board a little more than 4 years ago, like Vice President Dolan, I sat on the other side of Clyde McDonald, so I can certainly attest to the gesticulating of hands and the diagrams of engineering projects, and really just appreciated, Clyde, your wealth of knowledge, both from an engineering standpoint and as a member of the legislative staff, and all your years of service and advice and just information that you're able to provide. Again, people have mentioned having coffee and the long discussions either over the phone or in person. It was always a pleasure. It was always informative, and I always came away feeling more educated about everything that we do. And the nuance you provided and the insight has really been invaluable to my career. So I would just like to thank you personally, and also for all your years of public service in its forms. Thank you, Clyde.
Thank you, Gene. Also very nice.
Okay. Any other members of the staff at this point?
Aaron has something.
Aaron?
Thank you, President Edgar. Clyde, I haven't had the longevity that many folks have had being on the board, but the time we had together, I greatly appreciated and cherished. You always had an open door policy. I could call you at any time, and really that was any time, and we would have conversations in the evenings. And I really appreciated your insights in the Capitol for sure. Learning about just how to make my way around the Capitol, who I needed to talk to, and in your insights just on policy and how things are developed in the legislature, given our work there. Want to congratulate you for your years of service. Thank you for your years of service. And I too really enjoy the beard. So thank you very much. Please don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Darren, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
And congratulations on the other issue that on the city council that you and I have many talks about.
Right. Thank you.
How about anybody else from the staff at this point?
I think Mike Wright, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, President Edgar. Board Member McDonald, Congressman, good to see you, Clyde.
Nice to see
A
you.
thumbs up on the beard, looking good. I just be real quick. I want to say, you know, it was a real pleasure working with you and working under your insight and leadership over the years, and you helping us achieve a lot of our goals that we had planned out. So I too I just want to say thank you for all your many years of public service, especially time here at the board. It's good working with you. Thanks, Clyde.
Thank you, Michael.
Anybody else on the staff, Leslie?
Mr. President, I actually had someone formerly on staff send me a message this morning. She regrets she can't be here personally. She's on another Zoom this morning. But Lucy Montgomery asked me to share a memory from when you and she were in the budget subcommittee at the state capitol. I think you were last minute pinch hitting for Bill and I when we were triple booked one day. And she was just eager to spend that time with you in the Capitol. She had heard that you were a celebrity, but she had no foreknowledge of what it was going to be like. Every minute or so, there were people stopping, shaking your hand, greeting you, asking you what you were doing and where you were, and embracing you. And she thought that just spoke magnitudes about your character and was so impressed. And as a citizen of the Central Valley and a former employee, she wanted to thank you for your endless work and commitment that you gave to the Flood Board and that you still do, and to recognize you as a genuine local celebrity.
I actually don't remember that. I don't remember going and doing that.
It was probably just another day in your life, but she was very impressed. Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Lucy.
Ruth wanted to say something.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Clyde.
Hi there.
Hi. I just wanted to thank you for, what's that?
I just wondered, how's my sidekick?
Right.
You trained me.
I think it's the reverse. I just wanted to say thank you for all your guidance and leadership, and especially on the advisory committee and advancing the goals of the advisory committee. And our newest member, Brian Johnson, has big shoes to fill in that regard. So it's really great to see you, and I've missed you. I wish that we had an opportunity to see each other in person, but good luck to you, and I hope I see you around town after all of this.
Thank you, Ruth. Yeah, it was. I did enjoy it. It was wonderful working with you on the advisory committee. Although sometimes I thought it was torture. Not working with you, but the advisory committee. It was just difficult. It was just difficult. But we got it. We did. It worked. But it was just hard.
Well, that was an important role you played, both you and Emma, because the issue was we had to combine the conservation strategy with the flood plan itself, and that was not an easy task. It had been separated, and they were separate documents, and we wanted it to come into one, and we needed the stakeholders on the which were represented in the advisory committee to be with us on that. And eventually they were, and it's proved very helpful in the many things we've done after the adoption of the plan, because those group of stakeholders are different than the ones who go to the coordinating committee, and it's important that we, develop relationships with them. It's very important, and you and Emma did a great job in getting that. I appreciate it myself, anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have any other staff? I don't have a list of other staff members at this point, but anyone else? staff. I do have a list, Mr. President, of others who want to speak, beginning with Kim Floyd, then Mike Mearswa, then Mark List. Kim?
Okay, great. Thanks, Liz.
Hi, Clyde. This is Kim Floyd. Speaking of people you were aggravated working with, so I want to thank you so much. First, I appreciated the opportunity to work with you, and I hope that once we are out of quarantine that we'll be able to get together and have coffee. But thank you for the huge role that you played in the development of the coordinating committee, especially all the time and energy you put into helping us, come up with topics, arrange for speakers, and then helping educate me on the side on some of the issues that we needed to go into greater detail on. But I think the biggest thing that you helped do with the coordinating committee was set the tone so that we could build this environment of trust where, we were able to break down some of the communication barriers that may have been an obstacle to stakeholder engagement in the 2012 CVFPB. We saw how well it worked in getting to the end point for the 2017 update, and now we're continuing that work for 2022. But that's a huge credit to you and all the work and the time that you invested in that, and I miss you, and I'm glad to see that you're doing well. Thanks again for all your time.
Thank you, Kim. If I could just say something about the coordinating committee when we started that, it was something that we kind of created out of whole cloth, or nothing. Maybe it was really out of nothing. There was it had no authority, no responsibility, couldn't tell anybody to do anything, and that was probably its magic. It really helped that there was no authority, there was no control, and people would just volunteer. Oh yeah, we'll put together, we'll come back with something like that. So it was a real experience.
Was next. You're on mute, Mike. Okay, can we go to Mark List?
We can. It looks like. I'll go ahead and go. Thank you. Clyde, it was a pleasure working with you for a number of years. We had many thoughtful conversations over the phone and in person. I always appreciate just your I think really pleasant demeanor and interactions on all activities that we work on together. So I wish you the best and hope you're enjoying your time now.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I am.
Thanks, Mark.
Mike, are you ready? Mearswa? We can't hear you. I think he's gonna mime it, Clyde. I don't have any others on the list, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. There's probably people we've missed, Clyde, and I apologize for that. But it's been moved and seconded that this resolution be passed. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Second, opposed? Okay, Clyde, the resolution 2020-06 has been passed. We'll put it together and get it to you so you can put it up on the wall.
Great.
Remind you that your life is a plaque, and that's kind of what we do these days. In any event, congratulations, Clyde. We miss you and hope it goes well for whatever you choose to do next. And if you want to address the board or say anything at this point, the microphone's yours.
Okay, well, I would just a couple things. I'd like to thank Governor Brown and his appointment secretaries for appointing me to the board. This was a very talented and very dedicated board. I mean, it was just really an honor to work with all of you. It was a really good experience. We had common goals. We worked well together, and we all had a commitment to involve other people, which I thought was really important. The Corps, the department, the NGO community, and all of our local partners, and kind of as Bill was pushing from the bottom up kind of an approach. And I thought that worked really well. I mean, I think it was, I don't know, I was honored to be with you and honored to work with each one of you. You all brought your own expertise and an incredible depth of understanding technical and political issues. And it was really wonderful. I really enjoyed kind of the problems we had to solve and the solutions and, you know, the legislation and the law and all of those things. But the thing that was really most important to me was the people and the members of the board, the members of the department, the NGO communities. And I really miss the people, and it pains me that, you know, we have this COVID thing where, you know, I can't really go sit down and have coffee and do those things. I also miss the engagement with the board and that. And but thank you for all your words today. I really appreciate it. I do wish you the very best. I think from a flood control perspective, every generation has to do its job. The problem is never going to be over, and, you know, every generation is going to have to step up and improve things. And so anyway, keep doing what you're doing, stay safe, and you've been doing a wonderful job. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Clyde. And we miss you, so don't be a stranger.
I won't be.
And Clyde, make sure you check the chat. Mike Mearswa put some comments in the chat for you as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, members, go back to our agenda, and we're on item 9. 9A is the tribal update. Tribal Policy Advisor and Resources, Andrea Buckley, and Anacita Augustinez will make this report. Andrea, I guess you're going to start.
Thank you, President Edgar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, and good morning to members of the board. My name is Andrea Buckley. I'm the Chief of the Environmental Services and Land Management Branch here at the board, and I am very pleased to introduce Anacita Augustinez, Tribal Policy Advisor for the Department of Water Resources. In addition to her many duties, she facilitates government-to-government consultation between DWR and Native American tribal governments. She also coordinates outreach with state and federal agencies, as well as shedding light on social justice issues, expanding tribal consultation, and legislative advocacy for California Native American tribes. She's here to speak to us today about the good work she does on behalf of DWR and the board as it relates to government consultation and state consultation policies, such as the 2014 Assembly Bill 52. She will also be providing a brief update on the new state policy, the Statement of Administrative Policy Native American Ancestral Lands, which was recently signed by Governor Newsom on September 25th, 2020. This new policy may be of interest to the board as the manager and controlling body of the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District, the entity that holds real property interests for the purposes of flood control for the state of California. This policy speaks directly to lands under the ownership or control of the state of California. And I believe a copy of that policy should have been in your board packet for your reference. Additionally, she will be providing an overview of tribal engagement as it relates to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan updates, the development of the engagement timelines, and steps to begin the process for tribal consultation for our 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. With that, I can turn the presentation over to Anacita to proceed. Anacita, can you hear and are you with us?
Yes, I am, and I'm just unmuted myself, so I just want to do a really quick audio check that I'm clear. Great. Thank you.
Yes, you are. We can hear you better than Jane Dolan.
Well, we're all becoming experts in our own ways, but this is quite something. But I want to say, I guess it's still good morning. Good morning, very to everyone, and thank you for having me today. And Andrea, thank you for that introduction. I serve in the role of the tribal policy to the Department of Water Resources, and so I want to thank you, President Bill Edgar, and your board members for allowing this agenda item today to be included. And also, I want to also say that it's always been a pleasure to work with Executive Director Leslie Gallagher, Andrea, and your staff. And I also want to acknowledge my DWR colleagues who provide great support to my office. And the contributions and the success we achieve at DWR and the Flood Protection Board, is not does not go unnoticed without that team approach, which is it's really something that I rely heavily on. As we know, with these programs and positions, sometimes we inherit very small staff and we just have so much to cover. So it really is because of that kind of support we have. I've been at the Department of Water Resources since 2013, and my role is to provide the policy recommendations to facilitate government-to-government communication between Department of Water Resources and California's tribal governments. And if we could advance the slide, please. And so I have there just some of the general outline of things I'd like to try to cover today. I also have the pleasure in my role of working with all of California's tribal governments and tribal citizens from throughout the state, concerning the many programs and projects that DWR is responsible for. And California has a very unique position across the country in terms of the number of tribal governments that exist in California. There's over 110 federally recognized tribes and over 70 plus non-federally recognized tribes. And throughout these policies that I'll be sharing, we reference them as, from a state policy perspective, as California Native American tribes, and that's inclusive of both federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes. And the other unique thing about California is that we also, in terms of population, have the largest number of population of indigenous tribal people in California. Not only California indigenous tribes, but other tribes throughout the country that have either relocated, voluntarily, but also had been forced relocated through government policies of assimilation during the early 70s, and being forced to move from their homelands, typically from the middle part of United States specifically to San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego. And that results in big populations of tribes from other states and other nations residing in California. And so as you look at this tribal engagement outline in some of those bullets, each of the projects, that we do as a state, we must develop guidelines and regulations. And oftentimes, the importance of understanding how tribal water rights and tribal sovereignty fits into these various programs is often overlooked. And therefore, understanding that government-to-government consultation, what are our policies and responsibilities as state agencies and public and local water agencies is very important, because the state policies I'm outlining today are the state policies, but there's local policies that affect local regional water agencies and other public agencies that I'm not covering, but those policies do exist. And if you look at the OPR, Office of Planning and Research website, they'll list other resources, as well as the Native American Heritage Commission website will also have additional resources on consultation policies. And so my update today will cover the importance of developing tribal partnerships, the importance of incorporating tribal ecological knowledge into state policy and our programs as a sustainable practice, and the importance of consultation and including tribal engagement and participation into our programs. And tribal engagement is essential beyond all things in working towards ensuring our cooperative stewardship of our increasingly scarce water resources, through our sustainable water management practices. Next slide, please. So I'd like to point out that the Central Valley Flood Protection Board has adopted the Natural Resources Tribal Consultation Policy, and that Natural Resources Tribal Consultation Policy was established pursuant to Governor Brown's Executive Order B-1011. And in that Executive Order B-1011, the definition of California Native American tribe is in the B-1011 language, and the Consultation Policy of Natural Resources Agency was adopted in 2012, a year after. And as I'm really pleased to note that this consultation policy and as a priority and a core principle of the Flood Protection Board is prominently displayed on your website and available for review. And I always ask, when I'm asked to present, before sister agencies and departments, that, websites are important. And by having this, prominently displayed for, even your non-tribal constituents, it's important to show that, because it is a statement of acknowledging the purpose and those core principles of your board and how you conduct your affairs. And the purpose of the consultation policy is to ensure effective, meaningful, and mutually beneficial government-to-government consultation and communication. And as your council will tell you, the term meaningful consultation is a legal term of art when it comes to consultation, and those are for another conversation in terms of going deeper dive into consultation practices. But that means that has in its own discussion, what is meaningful for both parties in terms of how often, how effective, how early, and is there cooperation that's mutually beneficial to the parties that are achieving some kind of cooperative agreement or achieving some project that they wish to end up with. And it goes without saying that the Central Valley Flood Protection Board's area of jurisdiction is quite large. You encompass several counties, several watersheds, several groundwater basins. And within that area of jurisdiction, it's very important that in the spirit of adhering to these consultation principles, that your board develop, tribal relationships with the tribes whose land reside within your area of jurisdiction. And specifically understanding, the tribe's areas of interest, what are their shared economic and water management issues or development, future development goals on their trust lands, their fee lands. There's potentially public domain allotments within your jurisdiction and ancestral lands. And potentially in a future informational meetings, we can also do a deeper dive into, when we're talking about tribal lands, if you're not familiar with the distinction between fee, trust, public domain allotments, and ancestral lands, that's also something there that is very important to understand, as public advocates. And next slide, please. So a little bit more consultation principles. Once you begin to establish relationships with tribes, you will come to know that tribes also have developed their own consultation policies. We're aware at the Department of Water Resources of several tribes that have shared that with us. On our integrated regional water management website, we make reference to that. Some tribes have shared that. I know many other tribes now are also developing consultation policies. So when you develop those relationships with tribal governments and you begin sitting down to do that government to government discussion, it's always good to know in advance if they have consultation policies and communication protocols already established that they would share in advance of that meeting. Also understanding that tribal governments have a unique status due to their sovereignty. And this is irregardless of federally recognized or non-federally recognized tribes. We are speaking in terms of the language of a California Native American tribe that have that sovereign status, and that tribal governments must be considered um, outside of a public stakeholder process. Their interests are different than a public stakeholder, meaning that if you have typical open meetings and workshops or other informational meetings, you really need to take a look at, have you developed a communication protocol or tribal engagement outreach that is clear to tribes, that you understand that sovereign status, that you're recognizing that? Do you have that inherent respect for tribal sovereignty, that tribes really wish to understand that you know that you understand that? I think that if that some development of such along that lines really goes a long ways when tribes say, well, they're reaching out to us. Who are they? We've never heard from them. We've never really interacted. What do they have? What have they done in the past relationships with tribal engagement? So those are things that I recommend, in developing outreach and coordination with other DWR programs and also interagency program development. The suggestion is, to assist in relationship building, invite local tribes, potentially to future formal or informational meetings. And I know as a public board, you're subject to various, meeting rules and regulations. What we did with the California Water Commission when we were doing the rollout for the new water storage investment plan is that we set up a series of meetings regionally across the tribal communities, and several board members, one or two would attend and just introduce themselves as a general meet and greet. And we pre-COVID, we were able to go to tribal lands and have that. That goes a long ways in developing relationships and finding about, and as you know, through what I heard earlier, is it's those human-to-human opportunities to begin a relationship, irregardless of what your roles and responsibilities are. It's people that are having to learn to trust and learn to work with one another. And those type of informational or meet and greet meetings really do help establish a good pathway for developing good relationships. And going back to tribal sovereignty opportunities is, when you develop your consultation policy, it's one thing to have your policy prominently displayed and understood, but then how do you implement it? And that's the other training, internal training that I recommend is, when you're working on consultation, have you developed your own policies or procedures and communication protocols? And in order to, once you begin partnering with tribes, so that way there's some very good basic understanding of, like, who is that tribal consultation team? How do you address the tribal governments, for instance, in a public stakeholder meeting? And there's other, there's lots of communication principles and protocols. There is a good resource that we developed in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act by our SIGMA Tribal Advisory Group, and it was a tribal guidance document. It was part of our best management practices, and it was developed for GSAs who had never engaged with tribal governments in the early GSA formation, and it gave some good practical tips on how to design a letter, how to address a tribal chairperson, and different things. And so that's something that I neglected to add as a resources, but I'll send to you, Andrea, as a link, and that can be shared with the website as a follow-up item. But I think that's something there that also helps, on the road to achieving meaningful consultation, building the relationships that lead to respectful discussion that can achieve the goals of consultation. So, those are all the various steps. And as you can tell, it really is just communication. And that communication then will then allow tribes then say, okay, well, then you get it. You know how to speak to us as a tribal government. You're coming to us understanding our tribal sovereignty. And let's talk about what is confidential. We are talking now about what we may be needed in, for instance, under CEQA. And so you can't get to those types of conversations or that level of discussion without going through those various steps that I outlined just previously, especially when it comes to these sensitive areas of what can you share publicly. Because as you know, anyone who's worked on these environmental impact documents and those review documents, we're asking confidential sacred sites informations from tribe. And so they need a level of understanding or assurance that what the information they will share will be handled appropriately by appropriate staff, and so that you can really get to that level of understanding. And then a discussion of ancestral land. I spoke earlier about fee land, trust land, and there's ancestral land. So when you have fee land and trust land, those are really strong defined boundaries. And if it's trust land, those are sovereign lands under federal control of the tribe. Fee lands are simple fee in title. So a lot of tribes will choose to have fee land and maintain that as part of the county database and under county jurisdiction or other local jurisdiction purposefully, not intending to put that land into trust. Many tribes, locally, and I know within your area's jurisdiction, choose to operate fee land for either economic, housing, or potentially farming interests. And so they're then participating in that process as a landowner, typically as also in this hybrid position of being a stakeholder as well as a sovereign stakeholder. So that you need to understand, what is their lands under jurisdiction. And typically when we talk about ancestral land, these are lands that have been taken out of tribal control because of just California's practices of, if you understood and have had a chance to look at, California tribal engagement history of the displacement and the termination of tribes and being displaced literally from maybe a coastal tribe, then being moved to the Central Valley. And then you end up in the Central Valley, but your traditional homeland is on the coast. So that coastal land is considered their ancestral land. And that's what we're experiencing now with the Delta. Many tribes considered Delta and it was used then as it is used now, very much a meeting place, a land, and because of just the abundance of resources there, for many tribes to come for gathering, and communication, and it really was a central meeting place. And so a lot of tribes, even if they are not within the Delta specific, have ancestral ties to the Delta. And you could say that about many areas throughout the state of California of having that ancestral land status. And then finally, my last comment on this slide is, as you develop these communication protocols, these protocols will address the issues of confidentiality, how to achieve co-management goals, and how to incorporate tribal ecological knowledge into these efforts. And we could advance to the next slide. I'm not going to go over each of these policies. I've mentioned Executive Order B1011, but it's kind of a development snapshot that you could see of where California has gone since 2011. After Executive Order B1011, California Natural Resources Agency developed its consultation policy, the Department of Water Resources. We also adopted the natural resources policy, and then we also have our own tribal engagement policy on top of that. And then the adoption, of course, by Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And then there's been the last four bullets in 2014. In 2014, as you all know, working in the water world was a big watershed year in water litigation and water legislation. Assembly Bill 52 was passed. Sustainable Groundwater Management Act was passed. Proposition 1 was passed. And now that provided a lot of different types of opportunities for tribes that they never had before. Assembly Bill 52, we'll talk a little bit later, amending CEQA for tribal cultural resources is very major and something that we'll be working on cooperatively in the future. But with Proposition 1, not until 2014 was tribes allowed to be a direct recipient of state bond funds. And so that was not even until 2015, and we're at Department of Water Resources. We had to, as I mentioned early on, as a state program, you have to develop guidelines and regulations. So we were challenged with those guidelines and regulations, also with the issues of how then do you deal with limited waivers of tribal sovereign immunity in a contracting process. And so you get good momentum, and then new, as you all know, new issues come up that novel issues come up that you've never really quite expected, and then you're having to deal with that. Especially with Prop 1 programs and projects, you're dealing with, if it's all on sovereign land, then you have to deal with NEPA and CEQA consideration. And then with projects, you've got to deal with federal and state prevailing wage law issues when you're dealing with tribal governments. And so those are the things that, DWR has had to kind of navigate since the implementation of Proposition 1 bond funding. Then under Governor Newsom, you're familiar with N1019, which is the water resilience portfolio. N1519 was in June or July of last year. That's considered we look at that as the public apology executive order. And it was the first time that any sitting governor on behalf of the citizens of California issued a public apology to California tribes, recognizing the state agents, the state of California's past practices of genocide and extermination. And it also established a Truth and Healing Council, and it also incorporated by reference all the entire Executive Order B1011. And the Executive Order N5420, we'll talk a little bit about that later, but I know in the interest of time, I want to advance to the next slide. And I spoke a little bit about AB 52, the amended CEQA, the amendment to the CEQA. And this is, what I pull out is the prerequisites for tribal consultation and what's required. And we will be working closely together in the future on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update for 2022, which will be an AB 52 process. And so the prerequisites obviously is, preparing our outreach lists, informing tribes of this new program and project, and having that notice of preparation, which then triggers requirements under CEQA. And the contact list that will be developed is for tribes that are traditionally and culturally affiliated to an area. And that traditionally and culturally affiliated would also include, as I mentioned earlier, about ancestral lands and ancestral interests to tribes within your area. So that list will be developed by a formal request to the Native American Heritage Commission that will develop a list. But I always tell agencies and departments, that's a starting point. And so, and it's always good to, use your own resources, work within the tribes, and, utilize that list, which is the minimum requirement. And so you can always go beyond that list with, relationships that are built that you have had, with what we did with the 2017 update. We can advance to the next slide. Under AB 52, a new term was developed called Tribal Cultural Resources. We refer to that as TCRs. There's the Public Resource Code definition. This is very important to tribes in terms of what is a tribal cultural resource. And it's defined as a site, a feature, a place, a cultural landscape. And for many tribes, it's not something that is always tangible. And when they talk about a cultural landscape, we've been consulting with tribes who talk about the importance of just being able to look unimpeded view of Mount Diablo. And so how do you define that as a TCR? But the Public Resources Code further gives a lead agency the discretion to determine if it is a TCR based on criteria through the California Historic Register. And I let tribes know, yes, we want to have that consultation. And when I talked earlier about the steps of consultation, when you're at this level here speaking on and developing the TCR process, then you really have to make it clear that the substantial evidence that will allow a lead agency discretion to support a determination must be done cooperatively with your relationship with the tribes. And so that is, we're a very important process. And as I've given you the reference that Native American Heritage Commission will begin the process of determining who is the tribal contact list as a first step. And we can advance to the next slide. These are reference slides that give you a little bit more detail about the various executive orders. I spoke already previously about Executive Order B1011. We can advance to the next slide. This is Executive Order N1019, the Water Resilience Portfolio, and I referenced 3G, which references, the partnerships of local, federal, and tribal governments across water agencies, irrigation districts, and other stakeholders. I'm sure that you're already doing your own internal exercise on the water resilience portfolio and how that will enhance and direct, your future tribal engagement through your portfolio of activities. And this next slide is Executive Order N1519, and that just is more information on that executive order and that Truth and Healing Council. So the Truth and Healing Council is going to be helmed by Governor Newsom's tribal advisor, and they're tasked with convening an advisory council to establish an annual draft report, culminating in 5 years with a final report on how the state of California can work towards, I don't want to use the term reparations, but that's being pushed forward, but really in terms of, that public apology. What does that mean? And what does that mean for tribal government? So the Truth and Healing Council is going to be looking at that. And what we've learned as a society, during COVID-19 and what we've learned on the social movement issues, that we are dealing with diversity, equity, and inclusion across so many levels. And we have seen amazing things just in the last 3 months with those of you who work in the Capitol. Who would have thought that there would have been a movement to remove, Junipero Serra's statue out of the Capitol Park, or Sutter himself downtown, and the Columbus statue. So, and that what we're also doing is we're also looking at, renaming place names that have been, we've just accepted over the years, that have been disparaging and also insulting to many citizens, not only tribal citizens, but all the other citizens of California who's raised these issues, but it never really was rooted anywhere. Because I can tell you that Columbus and Sarah and Sutter, those have been raised by tribal governments in California for many, many years. And so seeing those things happen. So this is something, in terms of, social, environmental justice issues is really going to be something I think California will see developing, and we'll see what happens here with the Truth and Healing Council and some of their recommendations. So that's something to follow, and to see how that may affect state agencies and the work we do. And we can advance to the next slide. I think some of you already have this actual policy that was issued out with the program materials, but that was issued last September, this past September. September 25th, for those of you who may not know it, the fourth Friday of every September at the state capitol is celebrated as Native American Day. Governor Newsom and past governors have utilized Native American Day to kind of give a ledge update. In fact, when in 2014, Governor Newsom used that day to announce to the tribal governments that he signed AB 52, and everybody gave a big, hooray on that, because that was something that was really important to tribes. And so he utilizes that as a platform to announce some things, and that's what he did this statement. And what's important about this policy is it's very much brand new, and I can tell you that I know at Department of Water Resources, we're going to be doing some roundtable exercises to determine what is going to be our policy implementation. This is, the purpose of it is for every state agency to seek opportunities to support California tribes in the co-management of and access to natural lands within an ancestral land under the ownership and control of the state of California, and also to work cooperatively with California tribes that are interested in acquiring natural lands that are in excess of state needs. And so additionally, it states that agencies are recommended to adopt preferential policy and practices for California tribes to access natural lands, and to assist and facilitate the tribal government access on those lands, and to incorporate co-management using traditional ecological knowledge. And some of you might be asking, what are natural lands? And so there's a footnote in that policy itself with the Public Resources Code definition of natural lands, which means an area of relatively undeveloped land that has substantially retained its characteristics provided by nature. It can be restored or feasibly restored to a near natural condition. And so what we are seeing here, the other definition is similar to what we define under open space land under the California Government Code. But I see that potentially agencies with substantial land jurisdiction may have to develop some type of natural lands management protocol or principles of engagement in response to how we respond to this ancestral land policy. And so that's something, so this is very new. I've not seen any agencies or state departments yet deal with what they're going to do with implementation, but I am going to convene some roundtables internally, and definitely Andrea and Leslie, I'll invite you to that discussion, and all our partners under DWR, as we just kind of sit in a roundtable in terms of a look at that, because technically any tribe could say that all of California is their ancestral land. So what does that mean to us in our practical determination on dealing with natural lands, and to support this? Because the policy also further states that agencies are to support tribal self-determination and self-government, facilitate access to sacred sites and cultural resources, and to improve the ability of tribes to engage in traditional sustenance gathering, hunting, and fishing, and to partner using traditional ecological knowledge. So that's to be determined, and something to definitely watch, and I'd be very happy when time is appropriate and when there is information to be asked to be returned to give an update if there's anything that is of information that I could share publicly. And we can advance to the next slide. So, the specific tribal engagement in reference to your Central Valley flood protection plan updates. Just a really quick recap, which you're probably already familiar with. You know, the information we did in 2017. I must say that when we did the tribal update in 2017, that was actually one of the very first AB 52 consultations in the state utilizing AB 52 CEQA amendment. We contacted over 50 tribes in March of 2016 to provide notice of the SPEAR. And we gave opportunity for interested tribes to submit their information and request consultation. We actually received responses from 5 tribes, and their tribal comments were incorporated into that supplemental PEIR with that 2017 update. And I think, President Edgar, you may recall that post closure of the AB 52 consultation process, there was an invitation to the tribal governments that participated to speak before the board, and that was a very nice gesture to allow that agenda and time for them to do that. And they were thanking the board and your staff for being very thoughtful throughout that process and helping each other navigate, because it was very new, not only for the tribes but also for state agencies. And it was also very new for me at that time, because this was, everyone was trying to figure out how to navigate it. So we all learned through the growing pains, and we're now, if we advance to the next slide, we will then work on what is the tribal engagement for the 2022 plan update. Internally at DWR, we've already recently formed a tribal engagement team. We're going to be looking at some of the best practices that we've developed, not only learning from the 2017 exercise and engagement practice, but also what we've done at DWR since then. We've done quite a few other AB 52 consultation practices, and I think that there's a lot that we can learn and share from what we've done in the last couple of years. I think one of the big first steps that I want to make sure we do is develop an engagement timeline and outlining the steps to begin that process, because one of the very important things I've learned during my time at DWR is the importance of the transparency of our actions, and with enough information on timelines so that busy tribal governments can also be a part of the process and make a determination of how and when and how they could prioritize their engagement. And if we can advance to the last slide, I've left my my email there, and I really want to thank everyone for your attention. And if time permits, President, let me know if there are questions or if there's anything I can clarify on the presentation.
Thank you, Anacita. That was excellent. What comprehensive thing. I'm still a little worried about this issue, because literally everything we do, whether it's operations and maintenance, whether it's giving permits for encroachments into the levees, whether it's a resolution of necessity to acquire property to allow a city or a county or a district to proceed with a project, literally everything we do has implications for the tribes. And my understanding is, from what you've said and what I learned last time in the process, is when the presentation was made by the tribes to the board, we promised the tribes that we would be engaged more fully in the next update, that we would, and so far we have not been. Now, I don't want to be in a position where the board's only relationship with the tribes next time is in a response to an environmental impact statement. I know that's required. I know that's the minimum, but that's not what the governor wants. That's not what the resiliency plan implies. That's what I know. That's not what you want. I want to be able to engage with the tribe as we committed to. We said we're not going to just talk to you one time when we need an update and we want something from you. We want to make sure that occasionally we have presentations before the board. We welcome the if they have questions about programs that we have. We want to be clear on how we operate and so on. To develop these relationships so that when we want to come to them with a proposal, we aren't strangers. And so I'd like to see when you build this tribal engagement team in preparation for the update for the plan, that in there are periodic times when you actually come to the board and we can meet the tribal leaders, we can talk to them, much like what you did with the Water Commission. And we need to have that relationship because we committed to them when they made the presentations that we would not just come once every 5 years or whatever and not have that relationship. We want that relationship and we want to build on that relationship. So I'd like to see built into that engagement team timetable and information that you will come to the board and we'll have an agenda. We'll go through some items. We'll get their input. We'll do it. But it's really important that we understand that literally everything we do involves tribal lands. And I'm not, you're the expert in this, ancestry lands or other kinds of lands that you have. I have no idea. But for example, the fence issue that we're having a big brouhaha with the residents of the pocket area, which we'll be hearing in a minute as to where we're going. That's probably tribal land too. And what's their viewpoint on all of this? I don't know. But we need to build on that relationship because we did commit to them that we want a better relationship with the tribes and make sure that because that's what the governor wants and that's what I think all these recent executive orders were all about. He wants us to involve them in really a higher status, given a higher status than just any other stakeholders. And that's the way I understand it. And if we can't do that without seeing them more than just once every 5 years. That's not consistent with what we said we would do, and it's not consistent with what we want to do. This board unanimously committed to that kind. Now, I don't know how that works. I don't know what that looks like. But what we got to do is take what we did in the 2017 update, where you were absolutely right. We're all new at this. We didn't quite know what we were doing. You walked through the minefield pretty well for us, and we were able to get through it. But we did commit. We did commit to do a better job next time. And I think that involves kind of board relationships. And as I say, much similar to what you did with the Water Commission. And I don't know how other board members feel, but I'm a little nervous about this. Yeah, Leslie?
No, Mary Jane.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Jane.
If I could make a comment about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Anacita, I really appreciate your presentation. It was very thorough. There's a lot of information. And President Edgar, I'm glad to hear a commitment like that as it relates to Native American Indians. And I've had the experience through Trilla, with working with our local Maidu tribe. And I'll tell you from that experience that when you do these flood projects and you have a good relationship, a working relationship with your local Native American Indians, those projects could be $1 million or they could be $10 million based on the relationship you have. And because of the prior work that we've done with Enterprise Rancheria, when they were identified as the tribe that we consult with when we did the levee setback for the Feather River, we already had this working relationship. And many of the tribes conjugate and have lots of meetings. So when they see an agency such as this one working towards a better understanding and communication with them, that news travels. And so it makes the work that we do on this board a little bit, in their eyes, meaningful. And so I'm happy to serve in whatever capacity I can. I know that when I was appointed to this position that the local tribe here in the Maidu contacted me and said they would like to have a discussion with me about some of the things that concern them. But I think having them come to our board and introductions and even the way we interact with them, they're a sovereign government, that's
Right.
recognized. We have to understand their protocols as it was stated in this presentation. That's very important, that understanding and work and the ability to work together.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary Jo.
Well,
That's really,
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to say thank you. And that's great. And I think, that history alone shows, that good relationship building. And so I know we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
Yes.
Well, we do. And what I'm worried about is that we get, has these projects work, they get down to the last minute and everybody has to rush to meet the deadlines and so on. And these kinds of things have got, in order to go smoothly, in order to meet the deadlines, in order, as Mary Jane indicated, in order to stay within the budget, frankly, we need these continued relationships. I think, I'm frankly a little worried about it because we're on a real tight time as we always are. But we need to build this out front, and we need to have these conversations. And Mary Jane obviously is key to this, and she'll definitely be on point with Leslie and the staff to do this. So this is really important. This is really important. Well, not only do the tribes want this, but the governor wants this, and
Yes.
we're appointed by the governor.
A practice that we did with the transition from the California Water Fix to the Delta Conveyance Project, we also felt your sentiments were shared as well then, because that's how we were feeling. What we did, and it was very effective, is that we held a series of pre-AB 52 meetings. And we actually went and did those regionally, so that way tribes heard from us before those notice of project letters went out. I did not want them to say, oh, wow, where have you been? Now we get this and we have 30 days to respond and make a decision on something so massive and so sensitive. So we did a series of AB 52, pre-AB 52 meetings to let tribes know that this project was what was a potentially a project, and that there will be these notices, and also to let tribes know, if you had not given us an AB 52 letter of notification, do it now. Otherwise, you will be outside of that AB 52 process, but still could consult on a consultation basis, but not under the AB 52 statutory guidelines. That was very effective. And that's something definitely I think that will be incorporated and already mentioned internally, that would be a really good way. Board members then would be able to go on a 1 or 2 basis to introduce themselves and have a representation there or delegated authority. But I really do think that's one way to have tribes understand the enormity of what that plan will be. I think that is a positive practice I'm recommending.
Okay. It just I just bring them back to the board on more occasions than just when we want their approval of something. That we promised them we would not do that again. If we do it again, shame on us. We should not be doing that. Anyway, it will be, and what will happen is that, the lawyers will tell you, this is the minimum we have to do. We don't have to do anything more. That's fine, but we've got to do more. We've got to do more. That's what the governor said. We've got to do more. And so we got to build that into this engagement team concept and the timetable. Early on, we've got to get with these people and make sure we're not doing something out of line. Anyway, I'm really concerned about this. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. Any members of the board want to comment on this?
Well, this is Brian. I just wanted to also say thank you for the presentation, and thank you, President Edgar, for that. I won't repeat it, but I agree, and I do look forward to hearing more, also from our staff, on how we intend to think about and to implement the objectives in the most recent executive order, including for state-owned lands and access to and co-management and so on. So thank you for coming here today.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else? Okay, Leslie, you want to make any final comments?
Just how much we appreciate Anacita coming on short notice when we heard about this and wanted some more info, and we'll continue working on it. We understand.
And Andrea, we're going to depend upon you to make sure that we get this on the agenda. We have more contact with the tribes and know what's going on a little bit more. We have in the past, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Anacita and Andrea. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure and honor to be here today and to see some familiar faces and meet new people. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And I'm going to exit from the meeting, President, because I've got another one to prepare for. So.
Sure, no problem at all. Thank you for your presentation.
All right, bye-bye.
And members, we're on item 9B, which is the Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration Flood Project. And this appears to be a little confusing, so I'm going to ask Ali or Michael to clarify something. We obviously wrote a letter to the Corps to start the 408 process, but apparently there are two approvals that are required. One is to say please start the work, and then the second one is to more or less give consent to what's being for the project itself. And so it's a little confusing, at least it was to me, reading the staff report. In any event, Michael, should I turn to you or to Ali?
Thank you, President. Can answer the question.
Thank you, President Edgar. I think Ali has a response for you.
Okay, thank you. Ali?
Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board, Ali Pourbahar, the staff of the board. Thanks for the question. We are sending two no objection letters for certain projects and one letter of no objection for other projects. The reason for that is that the applicants, or what the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers call it, requesters, submit their projects to the board for review and permitting at different stages of the project. The first category of projects are those that they submit only conceptual design for the project. So we don't have detailed information about how the project has been designed. So the first step for us is to initiate the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to initiate the review of the Corps, and for ourselves, as the project grows, we come and ask the board for the second letter. Other type of category of projects are those that the applicant submits their projects when the design is advanced, or those who have there are existing rehabilitation of the existing structures. So when the project is advanced, to confidently state to tell the federal government that the project will not be injurious to the public safety. That is one of the requirements of the no objection letter that we need to submit as a board staff. And usually this is around 65% design. We review it and let the Corps know that we don't have any objection to the project because the project will not be injurious to public safety. That's the reason you see in the last couple of months, we see two types of projects coming to the board. One with the no objection letter, and some of them with the 2 objection letter. This project was submitted in 2018, and in 2018 we came to the board, and the board approved the letter. We sent it to the Corps to initiate review of that. At this stage, the 65% design is available, and we are reviewing that. So we come to the second portion of the no objection letter. I hope this clarifies. If not, I can explore more about that.
That does. That's good. Are there questions from the board at this point, or was I the only one that was confused on this? Okay.
This is Jane. I appreciate that clarification of the different steps, and I think that will help the public as well, particularly because of the language of these ways. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes. So President Edgar, members of the board, today we are here to request the board to consider approval of the no objection letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers per Section 408 requirement for the Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat and Flood Improvement Project. As implies from the name, the project is intended to restore habitat flood risk consistent with the board approved 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Before requesting the board for action, we would like to present an overview of the project for the board members, because in a few months, we plan to request the board to consider approval of the permit for the project after the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers letter of permission is available. Now, I would like to invite Urban, the Managing Director of Ecosystem Investment Partners, to provide an overview of the project. David, please.
Thank you, Ali. Good afternoon, President Edgar and board. My name is David Urban. I'm the Managing Director of Operations at Ecosystem Investment Partners. If you could move the slide forward, please. The reason I am presenting today is because the project at hand is actually an innovative public-private partnership between the Department of Water Resources and Ecosystem Investment Partners to provide this multi-benefit project to the state. This is a project where EIP, we own the land, and we are under contract to provide both flood benefits and habitat restoration credits to DWR, and that work includes permitting and construction of the project. We are under contract to take lead in the implementation of the project in coordination with DWR, and once the project is through permitting, DWR will take over land ownership and take on the O&M responsibility of the site post-construction, as will be described later. We're very excited because this project has been moving through permitting for the last 2 years, and we anticipate that we'll be able to actually break ground in spring of next year and have construction occur over the next 2 years after that. This is a project that has a funding of $97 million for the habitat restoration credits and $21.8 million for the flood benefits. And if you could advance the slide, please. Just to provide you location, we are in the Yolo bypass at the southern end of the bypass. And as you see, this map illustrates the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Program update, where several alternatives were explored for providing expanded flood benefit in the bypass. This option 3 shows all the areas in green which were anticipated for setback levies or other flood improvement projects. And you see in the Lookout Slough area, part of the property that EIP owns was intended to be a setback levee built. We have actually been able to, in our project implementation, expand how much of that area would have a setback levee, and I'll describe that in the next slide or two. Please advance. Back one, just real quickly, this project is located in Reclamation District 2098, and the project has several goals. First of all, as I said, we are trying to create viable populations of special status species, such as Delta smelt and giant garter snake. We are trying to create additional flood storage and conveyance. And the way we are going to do that is we are going to build a new Duck Slough setback levee, which is in yellow on the graphic, and then breach the Shag Slough levee, which is on the eastern side of the project, and create tidal channels which will allow both tidal influence and flood conveyance opportunities on over 3,400 acres of property here. Please advance. Please advance. This was already 2098, is where it's located. To drill down a little bit into the flood improvement project features, as mentioned, we're proposing to build a new Duck Slough setback levee, which is located to the north and to the west of the property boundaries. This levee complies with Title 23 requirements. It has over 6 feet of freeboard above design surface water elevation, which is the higher of the 57 event or the 100-year water surface elevation. It slightly changes right through here. And it accounts for an additional 1 foot of freeboard for sea level rise or climate change adaptation. This levee is 2.9 miles long, and it will provide the protection to the lands to the north and the west, and replace over 7 miles of levee system, which has been identified as having some challenges for maintenance. And so having a new levee in this area is definitely a benefit to the neighborhood. In addition, we are going to provide some additional maintenance improvements to what we call the Cache-Haas Slough levee system, which is located in orange in the graphic that is in front of you. This levee we have determined should be maintained in place to account for a slightly different water surface elevation at the 100-year elevation from the north side of the project to within the Cache Slough levee or Cache-Haas complex. The intent of this is to flatten the side slopes of the what will soon become the water side of the levee, to provide additional operations and maintenance roads, both at the crown and at the near the toe of the levees, to provide better maintainability, better access, ways to get equipment back there, to provide some armor crest support, and to account for some wind wave analysis that we have done, and overall provide a much more maintainable levee system through this area. And finally, the last piece, of course, is to do the breaching along the east side of the project, as we're going to create 9 breaches, including some extended openings of almost 3,000 feet to provide the maximum flood benefit that we can on the site. Once again, this is a 3,400 acre site, very large, and is even larger than what was anticipated in the 2017 flood protection plan. Please advance. We have done some hydraulic performance analysis, and the slide here demonstrates the with and without project at the 100-year flood elevations, and the graphic to the far right demonstrates the difference between with and without project. And although the slide is a little hard for my eyes to see, I appreciate this, but this does show that there is modest decreases in water surface elevation in this region, which is always a good thing for our adjacent neighbors here. So please advance. I heard earlier in today's discussion, a lot of discussion about operations maintenance. We recognize that, DWR recognized that operations and maintenance is a very important consideration. Once again, a 2.9 miles of new duck sluice setback levee that is at modern standards is definitely going to be a benefit to the maintainability of this area. And that duck sluice setback levee will become part of RD 2098 maintenance responsibility. Once again, replacing over 7 miles of their maintenance responsibilities with now 2.9 miles of new levee. And then the rest of the property that is identified in green will be maintained by Department of Water Resources, including the Cash House training levee. Please advance. So as I mentioned, we're very excited that this has been an over 2-year process since we have been in front of you before. DWR has certified CEQA on November 3rd. We obviously, we appreciate y'all's activities here in helping us advance the 408 process with the Army Corps. We do know that Section 7 consultation has been complete, and Section 106 and tribal consultation has been complete. And also the environmental assessment is in final review at the Corps. All of our state permits are in process. They've all been determined complete, and we are anticipating getting the draft permits within the next month. We know we have to get in front of the Delta Stewardship Council, and that is planned for December. And with all those pieces falling in place, we fully expect construction to start in spring of 2021, which will we'll invite everybody to the groundbreaking ceremony, hopefully here. Please advance. Or is this the end? Ali, President Edgar, I offer questions here unless Ali needs to give you some additional information before we start.
Thank you, David. I have 2 more slides to go, and then we will have time for questions. Right, could you please activate the second PowerPoint? Thank you, Ryan. As mentioned to you, On July 27, 2018, the board approved the first no objection letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And the purpose was to initiate review of the project in compliance with the Section 408. Next slide, please. Today, we are here to request the board to consider approval of the no objection letter with 3 specific statements per Section 408 requirement. The staff is able to make these statements. The details of the project, which is usually 65% design, is available. The no objection letter states that from the safety standpoint, the project will not be injurious to the public safety and will not impair the usefulness of the authorized project. Number 2, in terms of operation and maintenance, the board will provide the revised operation and manual or an manual to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers along with as-built and specifications. And lastly, in terms of compliance with the 1953 agreement between the state and federal government, the board, on behalf of the state, will accept the revised O&M and hold and save federal government free from damages due to the construction work. A copy of the original letter, the draft letter, is in the attachment of the staff report. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. Staff recommends that the board approve the no objection letter in substantially the form provided and delegate executive officer to sign and send the letter to the Corps. If there's any questions, David Urban with EIP, along with an army of staff from Department of Water Resources who are involved with this project, and also the consultant who designed the project, are here to answer any questions that the board members may have. As mentioned, we plan to come to the board in the next few months to request the board to consider approval of the permit for the project after the Corps' letter of permission is available. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Let me just ask you a question here. On the new levees that are going to be built, including new roads, maintenance roads, are 2 trucks able to pass on those roads?
As I understand, David can elaborate on that. I guess that's one goes and one comes back. Could you, David, elaborate on that?
Yes, we have provided for a 12-foot or 16-foot wide road on the crown of the project, and then periodically there are wide spots for access on passing and turning, and for trailers to back and do their work. So yes, we have provided for maintenance access on the sites.
In both directions.
If I, let's see, is Jesse Patchett on the call here? He's our civil consultant here, or Kyle Bickler. Maybe you could provide an answer. I'm not sure a 16-foot, if that's that.
This is Kyle Bickler. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm the contract manager for the flood benefits portion of the multi-benefit project. I'm a senior engineer with the Division of Flood Management. I've been working on the project with EIP and our team for the last 3 years. We've looked at a number of different configurations for O&M, and we've consulted with the Flood Maintenance Office on many occasions. And so the new setback levee will have a 20-foot wide crown. And so that will definitely allow for vehicles to pass each other and going in both directions. The Cache Slough levee currently has a pretty narrow crown, and we're actually doing some improvements on that crown to stabilize it and adding a second O&M road along the new project side. So vehicles will be able to drive down the top, they can go down and get onto the lower road, come back. There's improved O&M access, I think, all around. We've got PG&E turnaround tower, turnarounds for PG&E that circle their towers. And so there's plenty of points along the 3 miles of the Cache and House Slough levee where you can get down and turn around. So we looked at this very extensively from an operations and maintenance standpoint, because the department will ultimately have to maintain it. And, you know, we want to make sure that we're not constructing something that is difficult to maintain.
Okay, thanks, Carl. That's well said, and I answers my question. Second question, also maybe to you or David or Ali, is this going to be a state maintenance area? How are you planning to your money?
Sure, I can chime in on that. So the 3,400 acres of restoration is required. It's a biological opinion, and Charlotte's joining in, and she can help me out here. The Department of Water Resources, through the fish restoration program that's funded by the state water contractors, the state water project, will fund the long-term O&M of the restoration site. And that it does include a significant portion of the Cache House Slough training levee that will have water on both sides.
Will you, in order to get money to do it, are you creating a state maintenance area is what I'm asking? Or
Charlotte,
Hi, President Edgar. So sorry. My name is Charlotte Biggs.
Hi, Charlotte.
So no, we are not versus as the future.
Charlotte, you're breaking up. I can't hear. I
Oh
can't.
no. Better. I'm leaning in a bit more.
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Creating a state maintenance.
No. I'm sorry, you're breaking up. We can't understand you. Hey, Ryan, is that her problem or our problem?
I'm not experiencing any technical difficulties on my end, but if she wants to write her explanation or answer in the chat, that may be the best.
Or Charlotte, the camera might help. Yeah, try turning off your camera.
Yeah, I'm turning it off. Is this a little better?
Yes, that's better.
So sorry, everyone. So sorry to, I'll start over. So we are not creating a state maintenance project. The Department of Water Resources, as the future landowner, will become part of RD 2098. And we will own about 56% of that RD, and we will contribute landowner assessments towards the Duck Slough setback levy O&M as a landowner.
So the department is actually going to be assessed by the RD to recover. I see. Thank you.
And the rest of the site will be funded, like Kyle said, through the state water project and our existing funding.
Okay, that's creative funding. Good for you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions by the board? This is exactly the kind of project we've been hoping for. It's a multi-benefit project funded from different sources. The people that have worked on this deserve a lot of credit. I just think this is super. Any questions from the board at this point? Okay.
Bill, this is Jane Dolan.
Oh, yes, Jane.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I just wanted to point out, I'm not sure if everyone is looking at chats, but Kevin Lee from, I believe you're from the Corps, Kevin Lee, put some clarifying information about how these letters proceed. So I just wanted to point that out, and thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Brian, this is your kind of project. No,
all looks good.
Yeah, no, this is super good. Okay, could I have a motion and a second to approve the staff report, please?
Bill,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Are we going to do a roll call vote or are you going to do a group vote?
I was going to do a group vote.
I just need to abstain, so I just want to make sure I said that.
Oh, thank you. What are you doing political work on this thing?
I don't think it's political, but I am doing I'm working on the policy issue. Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, let's have a roll call so you can abstain now. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mike, for pointing that out. Okay, Ryan, could you call the roll, please?
Bill, if you don't, this is Jane.
Yes.
Oh, she's.
Jane, you're muted. Can't hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm not sure you have a motion, so I would move approval of the staff recommendation.
No, that's what I needed. Thank
I'll
you.
second that emotion.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Let's see. Ryan, call the roll, please.
Board Member Griego?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez?
Aye.
Board Member Valines has abstained. Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Vice President Dolan?
Yes.
President Edgar?
Yes. Thank you, members. Okay, we're on item 9C, which is the levy cross 1996 levy cross levy gate master plan for the maintenance area 9. Darren, you have this report, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon, Vice President Dolan, members of the board, Darren Soon, board staff. It's been almost 35 years now since the levee break in Yuba County, marking the flooding that resulted in the famous Paterno decision and state liability. And then you look at now, we're looking at a policy that was put in place in 96, nearly 25 years ago. There's just things have just time has certainly flown by. Next slide, please, Ryan. So a lot's happened even since the 1996 policy, as far as in the historical development of this flood system. The nation experienced Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans that, upon reflection, showed us how vulnerable we in Sacramento region are, resulting in our state legislators enacting the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008, which mandated the development of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which we've been referring to all day today. Input from local stakeholders played an important role in drafting that plan. Through the state's work with local partners to better understand local needs, regional flood management plans, or RFMPs, were developed to identify specific needs for each part of that system. Our respective work in flood management continues to evolve, and proper operations and maintenance was a critical element specifically mentioned in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. There's been a focus of this board on the importance of proper operations and maintenance for flood management facilities. And President Edgar, you made remarks earlier in this meeting to that effect. As such, the board, as appropriate, also reviews existing policies that may impede or hinder current operations and maintenance practices. Next slide, right, please. So today we have several guiding documents in addition to the California Water Code and Title 23, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, its 2017 update, the board's operations and maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement resolution that was born out of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, all provide a foundation for board actions. The recently released Governor's Water Resiliency Portfolio takes a more holistic approach to water management and incorporates concepts from the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. These documents were also referenced last month when the board conducted a workshop on the 1996 policy. Next slide, please, Ryan. So when you consider today's landscape and these more recent guiding documents, board staff believes the board has adequate tools to guide its actions. The 1996 policy is not necessary and should be rescinded. Additionally, rescission of this master plan supplemental policy does not preclude applications from being considered on a case-by-case basis and does not affect personal property rights. Next slide, please. So therefore, staff recommendation is as follows. We recommend that the board adopt a resolution 2020-09 and rescind the 1996 levee cross fence and gate master plan for MA9 and direct the executive officer to implement the rescission. And with that, any questions? I'll take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Anybody have questions? Now, just to make it clear for the board, we had a long discussion about this a couple of weeks ago, and Darren's absolutely right. Since the original adoption, we've had a lot of documents come about. The main document that should guide the board, or I think the board, is our 2017 update of the flood plan. But in any event, owners of property and people who have had fences up before certainly may approach the board for a new permit. We're receptive to that. They were going to be handled on a case-by-case basis. And the new permits will have all the boilerplate that the new requirements have determined, and we'll proceed from there. So that's the way we're going to proceed. In any event, we'll take questions from the board on Darren's presentation at this time. Anybody have any questions? Okay, could I have a motion and a second from the board, please?
I'll make a motion that we rescind the policy of the 1996 in regards to the levee cross fence and the gate master plan.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second, Bill.
President Edgar, this is Chief Dua. You may want to take comments, if any, from the public before proceeding.
Yeah, I'm just going to do that, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board at this point? Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Do we have any comments from the public at this time?
Are we done? Hi, this is William McClendon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So is it my understanding that this is a done deal, or is there any further conversation with regard to this situation?
Now's the time.
So my question is, what is the proof that the cross fences cause an issue with regard to maintenance of the levee?
Well, that isn't the issue before the board right now. We're not talking about the pros and cons of cross fences. We talked about that in the workshop, the public workshop, and we had a lot of testimony back and forth on that. But this is an issue of whether or not we should keep the policy in effect that was adopted in 1996. And it, I think, is the opinion of our lawyers, given the information we have now, the policy is redundant, if not conflicting with the documents we have in effect now. But we're not talking about individual properties and cross fences or whatever. We will, as I said, entertain any application for a new permit for any fence that a property owner wants to erect or reconstruct or put back or whatever. but that's not the purpose of today's hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't have either document in front of me, so I can't talk intelligently about what the policy is. Yeah, but it's redundant. So I appreciate your time.
Well, if you have questions on it, I mean, whether or not the policy is in effect is one thing, but you ought to at least call our staff or get copies of the documents or whatever, and we can help you with that if you want.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? You see any, Ryan?
Yes, I had a hand raised from Ryan Boggle.
Okay.
Yes. How do you do? Thank you, board, for hearing us. One thing I'd like to address here, first and foremost, is notice. In my public comments after the October 9th workshop, I made mention of the fact that no one between the fences who actually lives along the in between the fences was given any notice of the cross levee fence workshop. For this hearing, or for this meeting where you're deciding on the 1996 plan, there was no notice given to even the permit holders or any of the other landowners. So I wouldn't even have known that this was happening and alerted some of my neighbors if I wouldn't have checked the agenda as of yesterday. I checked, I think, 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't on the agenda. So notice was a little lacking. As far as the 1996 cross fence and gate master plan for maintenance area 9, it may be redundant and superfluous, but it really doesn't preclude you from, denying permits. So I don't understand what the issue with it is, other than it's, maybe weakening our rights. I'm just not really sure what the purpose of doing away with it is when it doesn't actually preclude you from getting, denying a permit. So that's kind of all I have to say on that.
Well, all the permits have to be updated. We can't, part of the situation is that we have old permits that have been in existence in a long time and do not comply with the new compliance requirements of the permits. So all of them, even if we decide to, on an application, grant the reconstruction of the existing permit, will have to be revised. And I mean, we can't have these permits last forever. Never heard of a permit that has no expiration date, for example. G, do you want to talk on this?
Yes, thank you, President Egger. If I could add some clarification. First is to the notice issue. The agenda does provide notice. That is our typical means of notice, and our agendas required by Bagley are posted 10 days in advance of our board meetings. So that is how notice is provided. And then as discussed as a workshop in terms of the policy itself, the revocation of these permits is not a discretionary act. It's a discretionary act in terms of when it comes before the board, but in terms of staff having to initiate revocation proceedings is required by statute in order to allow for construction to proceed, which is why board staff has indicated that they will be initiating revocation proceedings. And as you've already mentioned, President Edgar, after construction is complete, all of the property owners are free to apply for a new permit if they wish to reinstall any of the encroachments that are removed as part of the construction of the project. And then it will be determined on a case-by-case basis, as you've already indicated as well. Thank you.
Mr. Bogle, do you have any other comments?
You know, I do have some comments on the levee maintenance aspect of cross levee fences, but since you said that this action today, you don't really want to hear any comments on that portion of it.
Well, that would relate to a specific request for reconstruction of existing permit or a reapplication, whatever you choose to do to have those re-permitted, that those old fences. That would be the appropriate time to hear of that. But
Sure.
during the workshop, you're right. We did hear a very strong concern by the Department of Water Resources, who, as you know, maintains maintenance area 9, indicating that cross levee fences were a problem. Well, their comments were any fences created a maintenance problem, and of course,
Yeah.
we'll deal with that when we talk about individual permits and hear testimony from yourself and others, which is appropriate. We want to do that.
Yeah, you're right. I did hear the representative from DWR speak on that at the workshop, and unfortunately I had to watch that on YouTube. I wasn't able to comment then, so I'll just comment now if I can that she said that the Department of Water Resources was against cross levee fences because they impacted maintenance, but didn't really specify or give any give any real proof of that. While looking through the levee inspection reports for MA9, there's really no deficiencies listed for any of the cross levee fences. Well, there are, many of the deficiencies they list for, slope stability. The inspector comments on those are to repair the levee and damage by foot traffic and prevent access where possible. So I just wanted to kind of get that on record for that portion. So thank you.
Sure. All right. There was another gentleman.
President Egger, if I could, while you're looking to determine if there's another person who would like to comment, I'd just like to respond in terms of Mr. Vogel's statement about evidence. That those findings would be coming before the board, or the evidence or arguments would be coming before the board in those revocation actions. So it's not necessarily pertinent now, but certainly would be when the board entertains whether or not to rescind those permits.
Okay. Ryan, do you see any other comments if people want to comment?
Yes, I believe Ronald Fullwider raised their hand.
Oh, Mr. Fullwider. Yes, sir.
Okay, it's Mrs. Fullwider again today, and my comments were directed along the same lines as Ryan Vogel's in reference to what is actually documented in maintenance operations by the DWR, and no references to. I will be sure to include those in my permit application, but I just wanted to again voice that what was stated, and we weren't prepared to address that at the workshop, but in reviewing those maintenance logs, if you look at them, they're online. There are numerous reports of slope stability caused by public access, and the solution by DWR's comment is prevent access where possible. So the levee fences in reality do help maintain the levee integrity. Those are predominantly my comments. And you said something about permits not expiring, and I think about permits on houses. They don't have an expiration date. And when I remodel my house, the existing permit does not go away. When a pool company puts a pool in my backyard and takes down the fence, we don't have to get a new permit for that fence. They put that fence back up. So those are just some of the contradictions I see going on here, which is frustrating to me. And I do, Mary Jane, you had mentioned maintaining contact. You can check with your board. I'm in contact with them all the time. I am trying desperately to maintain contact and do what you guys want. My husband's made suggestions for eliminating some of the concerns, and you know, we have our concerns, you have your concerns. Hopefully we can come to a nice meeting ground here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fullwater. Okay, any other comments at this point?
We have one from Mark P.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much. My name is Mark Portuando, and I'm a resident here in the Pocket. Thank you, President and Board, for this meeting. I would like to speak on Darren's presentation, stating that the permits will still be looked at, and what folks are saying they're happening on a case-by-case basis. I feel like that is still somewhat contradictory and frustrating, just because, as was presented in the staff report during the October workshop, they discussed a past cross-levy permit that was rejected in part by saying there were already sufficient cross-levy fences, but they also stated that any additional applications would not be approved. And I'm sure that everyone here, in terms of like property owners on the back side of the levee, are just concerned that it seems that because there's 3 different jurisdictions here, who gets the final say, and does that mean that any additional applications outside of those already existing that are now going to be revoked, or are we just saying any additional applications from for anyone, even for those existing fences? So it just seems like there's it's relatively opaque, and it's hard to make sense of it all. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name. Can I call you Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. That's fine.
Okay, Mark. There's nothing in our presentation that permit or prohibits someone for making an application for a permit. I mean, you can do that after construction is complete, and it doesn't matter whether you had a fence before or not.
I would like to say that on page 8 of that staff report, it says explicitly, MA9 stated they will not endorse any new applications for encroachments that restrict maintenance and or flood conveyance.
Yeah, but the board is the one that approves it, right? This board is the one that approves the permit. Now the Corps, now you're right. The Corps and the department have indicated that they're not going to endorse any further fences, period. That's what they said.
Right.
Now this board is the one that makes the decision. Okay. Now, so I mean, you can apply not having their endorsement, either the Corps or the department. It's going to be a barrier, or you're going to have to get up, but nothing's permitting you from making an application for a permit. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand. I guess I'm just saying that it seems that endorsements are come with a heavier weight to be approved.
Well, they do. Well, they do.
They're already saying that they're not going to approve. I guess it's more for asking for clarification on what that means. Like, does that take into effect the existing application saying, oh, none beyond these 10 or 12, or none from here on out? That might include these new applications for existing fences.
Well, I don't know really what the department's policy is going to be, but the Corps is pretty clear. Corps is not going to approve or endorse any permits because they simply aren't. And to be honest, most of us on this board, as well as other public agency, believe in public access. Not at any place on the levee, but an engineered properly engineered access points, we believe in public access. Now, the issue that Mr. and Mrs. Fallwater brought up is the nuisance of having people, look in the backs of their homes and maybe cause damage during the night and so on and so on. And that's a balancing act that we're going to have to obviously take on when we consider the permits. But again, you can, fill out an application and apply for a permit. Nobody's stopping you from doing that. That's your right. Okay, any other comments? Ryan, do you see?
I see no other comments at this time.
Okay, Leslie, do you see any?
I do have one question.
Oh. Who is this, please?
My name is Jeff Hunt.
Jeff Hunt. Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, what does it mean to rescind the 1996 master plan in terms of our concerns, the people who live on the levee and might have to apply for permits to replace the fencing after a construction job?
Jeet, you want to answer that, please?
Certainly, Mr. President. Thank you. Simply, it means that the board will not be referring to the master plan or policy, if you will. They will be relying on its regulations and anything contained in the water code that drives the board's process in terms of evaluating and determining whether or not a permit should be issued or not.
Because I know in the master plan it seemed to have certain criteria set forth for the cross levee fencing, and one was no trespass because it is private property, and the only thing that keeps people from trespassing on private property with fencing. Is that just going to go away as a criteria?
So that's a private property right issue. The board's easement is for flood control. It does not allow for public access. So to the extent anyone is trespassing on your property, that's a local law enforcement issue. It's not a matter for the board. With the point taken that having a fence there obviously makes it more difficult for people to go across your property. But the easement of the flood board is not for public access. It is for flood control purposes and O&M.
Well, I know the 1996 master plan addressed the control of trespass. So my concern is if you rescind it, then that will no longer be addressed, and so that's no longer criteria, and that's something they'll completely ignore. Because I know the president mentioned that there is going to be this balancing act. Given what's going on in the American River, given the homeless problem, given the numerous people that walk through there and live on there and leave their trash there and set up tents there and start fires to stay warm there and go on the boat docks. And right now the fences are holding them out. And so the president mentioned there would be a balancing act, and I know the 1996 plan does address trespass as a criteria. I'm just concerned that if you resist the 96 master plan, that trespass might just not even be looked at. And it's a serious concern. I'm thinking of rape. I have 2 daughters, and these gentlemen come through there at night, and some of them are looking for trouble, and a lot of them are intoxicated and under the influence of other controlled substances, and it's scary. I've seen a gal beaten just on the other side of our fence, and I called the police several times, and they never responded. I've seen a naked woman, and it looked like it was the night before she had been raped. I've seen an older gentleman beaten, and I've had the police out there several times. This is all just on the other side of that fence, and it's all going to be in our backyard, and that's what scares us to death. And so the 1996 plan does give us that criteria that it's supposed to control. And I'm afraid that if that goes away, if you rescind this plan, the master plan, the trespass won't even be a concern, and you're just going to say, like you just said, you let local law enforcement deal with it, and they just don't have the ability to. They want to, but they're stretched so paper thin that they can't respond to these calls. They can't come out and help us, and so we're wide open. It's like taking the front door off of our house. We're not protected, and right now I have friends that live on the American River that are saying, if these fences come down, move out, because it'll be horrible, just like the American River bike trail is absolutely horrible. I'm just hoping that you don't rescind master plan, so we do have, at least as a criteria, the control of trespass. And then it's also shocking us that since you are designed for flood protection, that this staff report talks a lot about recreational activity and bicycle riders, and that's brand new. At first the bicycle riders, they lobby. Now it's like they might be lobbying you, and you're opening up your scope to appease and help them, and letting them and everybody else come into our yards and destroy our neighborhood, our way of life, our peace and or any attempt at peace and tranquility. So I'm hoping that you don't rescind that 1996 master plan to take out status criteria, if that's what's happening. Yeah.
President Edgar, if I may respond again. So you raised a couple of points, and I hope I capture them all in responding. First, you talk about the criteria listed in the master plan now as a factor that the board must continue. I just want to assure you that all evidence presented before the board, when either during a revocation hearing or when a new application for a permit is submitted and then processed and heard by the board, is all factored into by the board when issuing or making their decision. The second point about the homelessness issue, the board is well aware of those issues. The board owns property throughout the system and has evidence of destruction of the flood control facilities or altering of which has the ability to impact the ability of the system itself to provide the protection that it was designed to protect. So the board is well aware of that and is doing its level best to try to help with some legislation that addresses some of those concerns.
Thank you for the comment. I don't think legislation is going to help us. I think it's the fences, and it would be wonderful maybe if at some point some board members or maybe a fact-finding committee can actually come out there and see what's going on and see why we're so scared to death.
I've actually done that.
Okay, then that's all we appreciate that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ryan, do you see anybody?
I believe that Mr. McClendon, William McClendon, was maybe trying to say a few words.
Yeah, very briefly, you mentioned that the rescinding of this does not negate the ability for us to exercise our rights as to put in permits. That's not the point. The point is that if you have a fence in your backyard and you take it down because you have to do what needs to be done to maintain the levee, you're filling out any form to ask to get it done and put it back. It's not what we're asking for. We're asking for our fences to be put back where they were. You state clearly that there's no guarantee that the permits will be given again for our improvements. I forget what you guys call them, but the point at the end of the day, we can ask and you can say no. Is that negated by the rescinding of this 1998 item, or is it not?
President Edgar, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So the rescission, if the board decides to do so, does not affect the board's future decision on individual permits. And quite frankly, the board cannot make any guarantees as to future decisions. That is considered pre-decisional, and any statement by the board at this time saying they would guarantee permits at some future date would invalidate those permits or that process. The board cannot be pre-decisional in its determination. It can only make those decisions when those matters are properly before the board for their consideration, and that will be during the revocation process, whether to rescind the permits, and then again, if permits are applied for to either reconstruct previously existing encroachments, fences, what have you, or any new permits for new type of encroachments or new fences would have to be determined at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, any other items? Or any other people want to testify? Okay, I'm going to bring this matter back to the board unless we have anybody else that wants to testify from the public. Okay, let's bring this matter back to the board. Board discussion at this point. Anybody want to comment?
Mr. McClendon, could we just ask you to mute yourself, please?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
This matter's back to the board. Any board member want to talk at this point? Okay, I'm ready to receive a motion and a second on this item, please.
Mr. President, you have a motion already.
Oh, you're right, Jane. We have a motion that was moved by Mary Jane and seconded by Tim Ramirez. Let's have a roll call on this, please, Ryan. Ryan?
I can take it for you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Board Member Ramirez?
Aye.
Board Member Valines?
Aye.
Board Member Countryman?
I'm going to support this, but I also want to express that I have concerns about this permit issue on the levies, and when future permits are coming in, that will definitely weigh in my decision at that time, but I do support this action.
Thank you. Board Member Griego?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Dolan? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. President Edgar?
Yes, thank you, Leslie. All right, that motion passed, all ayes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your appearance today. We're on item 9, Title 23 update.
Mr. President, this is Jane.
Oh, yes, Jane, I'm sorry. Let's have a 5-minute break.
For a couple hours now. I just need a break. So I have to break.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute break.
Testing, testing.
I hear you, Ryan.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, members, we're back. Let's go on to item 9D. Jeet.
Thank you, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. For the record, Chief Bill of the board's legal counsel, and today I'm presenting update to the status of the board's efforts to update its standards, its rulemaking for the standards. Ryan, if you could advance the slide, please. So just by way of background, as a bit of a refresher for our longer standing board members, and of course our two new board members who haven't been necessarily briefed on this before, the rulemaking is specific to Article 8, our standards, which set forth the design and construction requirements for permit applications. And specifically, it amends sections 111 through 138, and also figures 8.01 through 8.11, and adopts a new section 139 to specifically deal with in-ground pools, which was previously handled under our currently existing regs. It also amends Article 2 definitions found in Section 4 to the extent that those definitions are impacted by changes to our Article 8 standards. I'd like to note that our proposed regulations have been promulgated in close coordination with our federal, state, and local partners. Many hours and meetings with the Army Corps and DWR, and also our local stakeholders. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to go briefly through the approval process. After the regs are prepared and the rulemaking documents are also prepared, the package is submitted to the OAL, Office of Administrative Law, for a high-level review. After they complete their review, it is published to the notice register, which commences the 45-day public comment period. And to the extent comments are received, staff will respond to those comments, and any will be incorporated into our final rulemaking package. And then finally, if no substantial changes, the final regs are presented for the to the regs. The final reg package is presented to the for approval to the board at a future board meeting. And I should note that substantial change is considered a change of a proposed regulation, or not a proposed regulation that's considered in the package. So if for example, something that is not covered in the proposal is raised, it's like perhaps maybe you should have a new regulation on some other type of encroachment, and staff agrees and we incorporate that, that starts the 45-day review period over again. If it's a change to a proposed regulation that's already in the package, then that is considered minor. And so it is and a change is made, then it's an additional 15 days review period after that change is made and posted on the board's website. Next slide. And so for schedule, I'm pleased to report that the OAL package, the notice was submitted to OAL earlier this week on the 17th. It the rulemaking documents are scheduled to be published in the Register next Friday, the 27th, which again would commence the 45-day public review period. And comments are would be due, assuming that it is published next Friday on January 11th, which 2021, which I believe is a Monday. At that time, board staff would review any and all comments and address those comments received. And it is anticipated that board staff will be bringing the final rulemaking package before the board for approval in the February or March 2021 board meeting. Next slide. And with that concludes my presentation. I'm here happy to take any questions that the board might have.
Okay, Gee, I just, this has been a long process in moving forward. And I'm glad to see that this is finally to the board for approval and on to OAL. But I think you understand that from the last item we talked about, that the update of the substance of this, of the Title 23 is a real impediment for the board. We've been, talked to by our stakeholders, we've been talked to by others and so on, but there are simply impediments in these regulations for allowing us to do what we want to do. And we need to change them. We need to amend them and get everybody's input before we do that and shift them on to AOL. So as we're making the changes to the plan, we're getting Corps' approval for trying to marry the plan with their watershed approach and all of the creative things that the department is doing. We've got to get these regulations in order because we're prohibited from actually implementing things that are coming from a policy perspective. So this is really an impediment to doing what we want to do. So we need to really put this on the top burner and get this done. This is only the standards portion, and there's a whole lot more that we've got to deal with, and we need to get on it. That's my only comment. Any other members of the board? Jane, I'm shocked.
Well, while we're waiting for other board members to.
That's exactly right, Mr. President. We've been preaching this for 6 years, and keep beating this. I guess we need to do. We need to improve our regulations. We need to improve our permitting process, and this was the first standard. We've been making variances as we've been approving major projects because our standards predate all of us. They are reclamation board standards, and they do not even meet the late 20th century, let alone this. So whatever we can do to create staff capacity or staff direction to get this going, we can improve our whole permitting process, and we are standing until that's done.
Okay. Any other board members at this point? Okay. Can we have a motion and a second to approve?
President Younger, this is just an informational, letting you, advising the board of the status of the rulemaking package, and it'll be coming back to the board for adoption of recommendation to submit the final package to the OAL once.
Oh, this isn't the final? Okay.
No, this is not the final. This is begins the 45-day comment period, public review period. Okay. And just like to say that your comments, both of yours and Vice President Dolan, are duly noted and appreciated. And the board's workshop, well, the board staff and myself are well aware that of the need to update the entirety of the board's regulations. So we'll be delivering a a plan moving forward to handle the rest of the of Title 23 at the board's workshop on the 4th of December.
Thank you, G.
Mhm.
Okay, well, if there aren't any questions, are there any questions from the public on this matter? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 9E on the board's agenda, which is the SSJD kind of a summary report, and Ruth Darling has this. And
thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. I'm also the board lead for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District Assessment District Feasibility Study. So today, the consultant team will be providing an informational briefing on contract activities today. And just as a reminder, this feasibility study is designed to evaluate the feasibility of reutilizing the SSJDD assessment district to provide for system-wide improvements and the operation and maintenance of associated flood control structures and levees within the state plan of flood control. The study will culminate with a report of findings for the consideration of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Over the past several months, the consultant team has held a series of small group meetings to solicit stakeholder response on the scope of services to be included in the feasibility analysis. 5 potential service areas have been identified, and the consultant team is now moving into the next study phase, which will include a beneficiary analysis for each potential service area. Can you advance this slide, please, Ryan? So today's informational briefing will cover the review of potential services to be advanced in the feasibility study. It will introduce the approach to the beneficiary analysis and introduce the application of test cases to estimate assessment rates. We will also provide a schedule update. And the purpose of this briefing is to solicit board input on the beneficiary analysis. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Scott Brown with Larson, Wurzel and Associates to go over the rest of the briefing. Scott?
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Ruth. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board.
Hi, Scott.
How are you this afternoon? Brian, could you advance the slide, please? So just to take us back to where we were the last time we came before you, we had just completed several rounds of meetings with stakeholders. And the purpose of that was to solicit their input for services that we felt they would be willing to support to advance for further evaluation in the study. Just to review those quickly, there were 3 categories that came from stakeholders. The first being services to leverage beneficiaries beyond the boundary limits of an individual LMA that maintains those facilities. The second being services that would achieve an economy of scale on a programmatic or regional corridor level. And the third was to support regions within a state maintenance area for either capital improvements or facility repairs. We did have 2 additional categories that we've identified from the small community flood risk studies. The first being a category to support implementation of rural projects, that being to allow small communities to come together to overcome governance issues, to provide that solution for them. And then the second category was to address constraints that we've identified, namely being for non-structural flood risk measures. And so those last two categories are still in development. But today we wanted to introduce to you the beneficiary analysis for the first three categories. So Ryan, if you could advance the slide. Thank you. So the purpose of our beneficiary analysis is really to take each service, provide a little more specificity into the actions of that service and identify who benefits from them. We will be developing a methodology to quantify benefit amongst properties within the beneficiary areas on a relative basis. And lastly, we would be developing costs to allocate amongst regions that are benefiting for each service. Ryan, good. So our general approach is that we'll work with stakeholders to make sure we understand within our broad categories the specific actions. For each one of those actions, we would delineate geographically what the beneficiary area is and align those beneficiary areas with the estimated annual damage impact areas that DWR has prepared in support of the 2022 flood plan update. And then based on those damages, we would allocate the cost of each service proportion to the damage within or between each impact area. Next slide, please. So once we've allocated to an area, an impact area, the next step is to drill that down to a property by property basis. And this is where our test cases come into play, and we'll evaluate on a broader sense for testing feasibility. This would not be necessarily how an assessment would be implemented, but for testing feasibility, we're going to look at two cases, an urban and a rural test case. The urban area we'll be looking at is West Sacramento. It's fairly well defined in terms of boundary, and it's also well understood by our project team. The rural test case, at this point in time, we'll be looking at Colusa County. And so within these test cases, we'll look at specific property information to determine what the breakdown of land use categories is between, and these will be broad land use categories, so rural, residential, multifamily, commercial, industrial, those types of broad land use categories. We'll also be looking at vacant and open space lands as well. And I'll talk about that in a second, why we're doing that. And then between each of those land use categories, we'll determine and establish a relative damage factor between the categories that allows us to allocate benefit to a particular category. So then within that test case, we'll calculate the total relative benefit amongst the categories by applying the factors to the percentage of the total acreage of that test case. Then when we step back to evaluating in the beneficiary analysis, evaluating an impact area, we will identify that impact area as either urban, rural, or agricultural. And based on the size of the impact area, we'll estimate assessment rates by taking the total area, applying the percentage breakdown between land use categories, and that would be either a test case whether it's urban, rural, or ag, what that approximate assessment rate on a per acre basis would be. And this is strictly for the purpose of testing feasibility. One of the things we did hear back from stakeholders when we presented this methodology is that we need to be clear where we are testing for feasibility and where we are providing prescriptive processes for the board to follow in the advance of an assessment in the future. Ryan, next slide, please. One of the things we did for stakeholders that we thought would be beneficial for the board as well is to provide a comparison between a traditional Prop 218 local assessment and compare that to how we are advancing our beneficiary analysis methodology. In a local assessment, the benefit is defined from the ground up at looking at each individual parcel. So we start by defining the service that the local agency is providing. We identify which properties benefit. We calculate the benefit for each parcel based on flood damages, drainage damages, or any other benefit factors associated with the services provided. We do that on a parcel by parcel basis. We add the total benefit up from all parcels together to get an amount of total benefit, and then we divide that into the cost for providing that service to come up with an assessment rate. Then we go back to each individual parcel and apply that assessment rate to the amount of benefit that that parcel receives. So it's a ground up approach. What we're proposing in our beneficiary analysis is to rely on the estimated annual damages calculations prepared by DWR to approach it from more of a top-down approach. We still define the services. We align the benefiting properties with the impact areas, and then we allocate the cost for providing that service to each impact area. And then from there, we use the test cases to drill down to an approximate assessment per parcel on a per acre basis. And we'll do some summary data to our best ability for statistical ranges and averages. Next slide. So the next 3 slides would just be will be a summary of how the methodology applies to each category of service. So again, the first category is for activities that leverage beneficiaries beyond the limits of individual LMAs. So we'll identify the regional facility. Right now we're looking at Yellow bypass and the Sutter bypass facilities. We'll identify all of the impact areas that receive benefit from that regional facility or from the maintenance of that facility. We'll calculate the total annual budget to provide that service. We're working with stakeholders to make sure we understand that. And then we will allocate that annual budget to each of the impact areas by the amount of dollars of estimated annual damage relative amongst all benefiting impact areas. And then in order to identify or credit back the local maintaining agencies for the amount of local assessment that they're already collecting to maintain those facilities, we'll calculate a net budget amount that's required. And that would be the budget that we've allocated out less any local assessment dollars collected. And then from there, we'll be able to, again, drill down to estimate parcel assessments by applying the test case data, which again, the test case data is an allocation of, or a summary of the percentages of different land use types and their relative damages. Next slide. Category 2 are services that provide a programmatic or corridor benefit. We'll follow the same similar procedures. We'll identify a region or corridor and all impact areas benefiting not from that regional facility, but from that service or activity. We'll determine the specific services and the associated budget of those services. Where we work with stakeholders and may not be able to come up with a specific service or an associated budget, we may choose to just evaluate a specific annual budget amount without defining the specific service, and then evaluate what types of activities could be funded by that annual budget amount, or scale up and down based on that budget. And then following the same procedures, we allocate the budget out to the impact areas and drill down to the assessment, approximate assessment rates on a parcel basis. Next slide, Ryan. So the last category for discussion today are capital improvements or repairs within state maintenance areas. The state maintenance areas have their boundaries. We'll align the impact areas to those boundaries. We are working with DWR FMO to identify or estimate the budget of backlog maintenance deficiencies to achieve full PL 8499 compliance. We are also looking to identify capital projects that reside entirely within a maintenance area. One of those projects would be, an example of that would be for the community of Princeton, completely resides within an MA. So with those budgets, once we have that budget for those services, again, it's the same process. We allocate that to the impact areas that are within the MA, if there's more than one, and we estimate what the parcel assessment rates would be using the test case data. Next slide. Oh, back up one. So I want to pause here before providing a schedule update to see if there's any questions or feedback on the methodology approach.
Scott, this is Bill. Have you run this by the stakeholders in these areas, these three project areas?
We have. We've met with all the stakeholders that provided those service sort of support for those categories of services. We've met with them over the last few weeks. We have received some feedback, more in terms of the detail of how we're identifying which impact areas are benefiting, and whether that's a yes they are, no they're not, or is it a scaling of benefit between just a yes-no discussion. What we promised to do would be to take a first pass through just using a strict yes-no decision on which areas benefit, review those results with stakeholders, and then work with them to identify additional factors that could more fine-tune that benefit allocation.
Okay, so they're not going to be surprised by this.
No, sir.
Presentation to them, and they'll give you some feedback that will allow you to proceed to a particular recommendation.
That's correct. They've seen the same presentation that you just witnessed.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Bill, this is Jane. I do have one. I'm not sure if you're, could you clarify, please, if you are factoring in what what the local maintaining agencies and maintenance areas are now funding. Or is the analysis that starts at ground zero?
Okay. I think if I understand your question, you're wanting clarity on what services we are evaluating that are already currently funded by local maintaining agencies and how we'll accommodate that.
Yes.
So that that particularly applies to the first category where we're looking at regional facilities, and we'll be estimating for the entire regional facility what the annual budget required would be to maintain that facility to PL 8499 compliance. When we then take that and allocate it to each impact area and look at the impact areas within an LMA, and let's say we've allocated, just to put some numbers on it, let's say we've allocated $2 million to impact areas within a local maintenance or local maintaining agency's boundaries. If that maintenance area or that LMA is already collecting $2.5 million or $1.5 million, let's say $2.5 million, so they're collecting more than what we've allocated, we would assume that properties within that LMA would not be assessed because they're already generating the revenue to maintain their portion of the facility based on the benefit they're receiving. If their collection is, or their revenue is less than what we've allocated, it would only be an incremental amount that we would be evaluating within the feasibility study. Does that address your question, Vice President Dolan?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
President Edgar?
Yes, Mary Jane?
So if I could clarify the understanding that you're giving to us, hold on. You have two test areas, one in West Sacramento and one in Colusa County. You know, West Sacramento has diversity of land uses, a larger population. Somewhere like Colusa that has mostly agriculture, a small population, small commercial. Is there enough assessment to be able to accomplish some of the services that you mentioned today?
So to clarify, the reason we're looking at within Colusa County as a test case is to understand what that breakdown of land use categories is in a rural community. When we then go to allocate the cost of a service out amongst different impact areas, and we identify an area as, say, a rural community area, we would use that test case data to identify the percentages of each land use category within that impact area. So that's the application of it. I think your question, though, is whether there's sufficient base properties to be able to afford the assessments that potentially could be allocated to that community. Right. And that question we haven't answered yet. That is what would fall out of the beneficiary analysis. Was we would have an understanding of what the revenue looks like, and then we'll start testing whether that's affordable in terms of the 2% tax rule and residual land value rules that we proposed in our to evaluate. So a second step to the evaluation of feasibility once we complete the beneficiary analysis.
Yeah, the rural areas have always been the tough nut to crack. I mean, there's just not enough assessment value in there to do all that needs to be done. And I guess that's the basis of my question is, how do you get past that? So I'll wait to hear the answer of how that comes out.
Right, and we may, testing feasibility doesn't necessarily mean we're imposing, right? This is where we test the feasibility of imposing an assessment and whether there is sufficient support there. And as a reminder as well, currently the statutes for the SSJDD Assessment Authority require a landowner vote, currently 2/3. And while we'll be evaluating the feasibility of the existing statutory authority, we do not anticipate eliminating a landowner vote. So that will continue to will continue to move forward in the authority.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, have you made the determination yet as to whether we can essentially subsidize the rural areas?
So I think if I understand what you're asking,
to establish an assessment that would create an assessment that would allow the more urban areas, which have more ability to pay an assessment, for some sort of a cost that could be used by the rural areas to develop. So we get over this, the problem that Mary Jane indicated has been our problem all along. The urban areas have enough assessed valuation to do these projects, but the rural areas don't. And if our analysis is to try to sustain agriculture, we've got to somehow subsidize those areas. And, subsidize is a bad word when you're talking about assessments, but create an assessment that essentially transfers a payment from the urban to the rural areas so we can complete these projects.
Right. So,
we know Proposition 218 doesn't do that and doesn't allow that. But
right.
But this assessment we're talking about is not a 218 assessment. So I want to make sure that we at least create a possibility of doing that.
So you're right. This is not a 218 assessment, but it will fall within the Prop 13 requirements in that we still have to identify and tie a service to the assessment. So to the extent that the service provided benefits urban areas and rural areas, which is what that first category I think falls under, that we believe could achieve what you're suggesting, in that urban areas that currently aren't assessed for, say, the YOLO bypass are able to contribute funds towards that, maintenance of those facilities.
Yeah.
What we can't do is just apply an assessment and transfer that revenue from that assessment from an urban area to a rural area without having a service tied to it. That would violate Prop 13. And that we've been legal counsel on our team has identified that's going to be the guiding requirement.
Okay, I just but my understanding is Prop 13 is clear, but it's not as stringent as 218. Is that right?
That is correct. It's not as stringent, but it does still have the relative benefit requirement.
Okay, I understand that. The objective here is to get some money to those rural areas that simply can't afford these. Scott, they can't even afford the studies, let alone the improvements.
Understood.
Yeah.
We recognize that, and I think we'll work with, once we run through our beneficiary analysis, we'll work with a legal counsel on our team to identify what what the limits of Prop 13 will allow us to do to achieve that goal that you have.
Yeah. Well, it's not a goal that I have. It's a goal that's obvious if just for the exact reason Mary Jane talked about. They don't have the money.
Understood.
They can't do it.
Yep.
President
Anything else?
Edgar, I just want to mention one other thing. So I'm hearing that you have to build a nexus between what you assess in the more populated areas in order to help cover some of the cost in the rural areas. Is that correct?
That's
and
what
you have to build a service, of what they supply for the more urbanized area. I mean, a lot of these farm communities, these rural areas, and they provide the bypasses, they provide, detention basins, they provide floodways. I mean, those are services that help alleviate flooding in the more urbanized areas. I mean, if you're looking for a nexus, I mean, that's the direction I would look at, is those services that the rural areas provide for the more urbanized areas.
Okay, we'll take that under consideration as we move forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Any other comments from the board at this point? Okay, I don't hear any, Scott.
All right, Ryan, could you advance the slide? So I just wanted to provide you with an update on where we are. Our hopes, as I presented before, our original intent was to get a final report to you by the end of June of 2021. We've had a few delays, understandably, working through stakeholder meetings and and getting the background information that we need. We're looking to right now complete our beneficiary analysis and the test case data by the end of the year, or maybe into January, and work on developing the methodology into the spring of next year, and review that through several rounds of stakeholder engagement before bringing that back to you. And then from there, we would refine any analyses, develop an implementation plan, and bring a draft report to you by the end of June is our target now. And then that would give you time to review the report and make any final findings to the report in probably by August of next year. Next slide. So next steps, I kind of said those on the previous slide. We're working with stakeholders to define those specific services within each category on a region by region basis. We're identifying costs or budgets associated with those services, and we're beginning to perform the beneficiary analysis and estimate assessment rates and review those with stakeholders over the next few months. Next slide. So I think that concludes my presentation and material today. Are there any additional questions, President Egger?
No, it looks like the schedule has slipped by a couple of months.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Scott. And Ruth, do you need to make any concluding comments?
I do not, President Edgar. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ruth and Scott. Okay, we're meeting to item 9F, and Leslie, you had the calendar to review with the board.
Thank you, Mr. President. And hopefully this will go fairly quickly. Everyone's had a chance to look at it, I hope. It hasn't changed much since we proposed it last month. You'll note we did add a column for the a row for the advisory committee, but the columns are all TBD at this point. Those meetings are not set. We will post this and update it as we go. You'll note also, just for reference, that the workshops were pretty heavy with workshops toward the end of the year. We're having them every month. That's in anticipation of the plan with the flood plan update, which is due to us by the end of the year. So we anticipate there'll be a lot of work on that toward the end of next year. And as I noted in my EO report this month, it looks like we will be virtual for our meetings, at least through probably June, if not longer, next year. So our dates are set up with that in mind. And I would just take any input. And if not, ask the board to adopt this if you have no changes, or if you have changes, we can certainly make them on the fly.
Any comments from the board? Okay, I'm assuming on the Jane and Brian on the advisory committee, I know they're scheduled, you schedule the next one at the meeting itself. But if you're not intending to meet every month, you'll just cancel them and give notice to everybody. Meeting every month for that committee is a big workload, I know. Okay, anything else? Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead with the calendar. Make those changes. And do you want to adopt it next week or next month?
Well, we have it on as an action item, Mr. President. If you care to adopt it today, that would give us a head start.
That would help. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the calendar today?
So moved.
Moved by Mary Jane, seconded by.
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Mike. All in favor?
It's always first.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Opposed? It's unanimously. Okay, we're on item 10, executive office reports, and members, you've had these reports in your packet for today's meeting. Update on the board administration, update on activities of the operations branch, update on the activities of the plan implementation and compliance branch, and finally the update on activities of the environmental services and land management branch. Any questions on those? Any items you want to add? Any comments you want to add, Leslie?
Nothing here, Mr. President.
Okay, comments from the board? Okay, we'll move to item 11, which is board comments and committee updates. Tim, do you have any?
No.
Okay. Michael, do you have any?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Brian Johnson?
Sure. I might just take a second. You mentioned the advisory committee a second ago, and we've had hints of this in some of the other briefings, but I'll report that that committee has been meeting regularly and working hard. We had a meeting yesterday. We have another December 17th, and there are 3 separate subcommittees. We call them subgroups of that broader advisory committee who have been meeting regularly and working on recommendations for the conservation strategy, permitting, tracking, and multi-benefit project implementation. And then there will be a 4th set of recommendations that comes from each of them for cross-cutting issues. And our idea has been to get recommendations in advance of a lot of the drafting work so that we can have that feedback along the way and not present the committee with final product and formal review. And I can just report that there's a lot of effort. It's been really good to see. We have tough issues and work to do. Some of the recommendations are more in the form of issues that have been identified and have agreement, and some work to go in terms of distilling those into recommendations that can be actionable. But I think we're making progress, and I just want to thank Vice President Dolan and Ruth and the DWR team and any advisory committee members who are here and watching for all of it.
Okay, thanks, Brian. That was a good report. Thanks. Okay, let's see. Joe, do you have any items?
Oh, just I did mention the three regional groups I'm assigned to. I feel that good coordination and progress is being made. I'm looking forward to having a timely 2022 update. That's all.
Great. Great. Okay, Mary Jane?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Jane?
Thank you. I'll just augment a bit what Member Johnson said. He thanked everyone except himself, so we thank him. Partly why the advisory committee has been so active and they really have been working hard is that DWR has indicated that the draft of conservation strategy will come in advance of the draft of the plan. So they wanted input from the committee, and the team, the conservation strategy team of DWR has been very, very involved all along. So we're all hoping that it's very clear what advisory committee members are recommending, and that they will be brought forward conservation strategy, either identifying, clarifying policies, or I'm thinking there'll be some parts of that that the board will take on as putting into our implementation resolution. The plan might say approved permitting. We all know it needs approved permitting, but there's a lot of work to do and how that actually occurs. I think this committee can be in place even after the plan is adopted. I hope so anyway. It's a vibrant, robust committee. They work really hard. They do a lot of homework, and they come forward with cogent recommendations, important recommendations.
Jane, or Brian, for that matter, are the resource agencies involved at all, either from the federal or state level?
They are, but we don't have the executive level of that, but yes, they are. We've even brought in NIMS, NOAA, the service, Cal Fish and Wildlife, and then
Are they showing up? Can you?
Oh, they're very verbal.
Okay, no, that's great. That's good. Glad to hear it. Okay, upcoming meetings and topics for the board. We have the coordinating committee on November.
Had that one already. Sorry, that didn't get updated, Mr. President.
Okay, when's the next one?
Our next meeting is the board workshop on December 4th.
Okay, but do we have a coordinating committee?
We do on Wednesday, the 16th of December.
Okay, thank you. And then the board meeting, as you pointed out, in the workshop. The workshop's coming up first.
Workshop on the 4th, the board meeting on the 16th, and that will be our last meeting of the year.
Okay. Okay, we're
Is it the 18th? Is that on the board meetings on the 18th or?
No, the board meeting's on the 16th.
Sorry, that's coordinating committee. The board meeting is on the 18th. You're correct.
I'm sorry.
I was looking at the wrong column.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're that concludes the regular board meeting agenda. We will be leaving this platform and going to a Zoom platform for the closed session. We're going to leave this open so that the staff can come back and close it out when we're done. We don't anticipate a reported item out, reporting any items out of the closed session. So Ryan and Leslie will close it out after we're completed. At this point, Ryan, do we have a link on our?
Mr. President, you got a separate meeting invite from me,
Okay.
which has recently been updated to start at 2:45, but I've actually already started it early. So anytime you click on that link, you'll be admitted into the Zoom room.
Okay.
So we all just X out of this one, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you all to all of our visitors and responders and the public.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. And have a happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, too. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
The meeting is now adjourned at 2:48.